shoes, and I don't know about you. But I'm working hard, paying bills, pulling my way through. She shows up empty-handed, no dowry inside. Just a pretty smile, thinking that'll make it right. They come running just as fast as they can, 'cause every guy's worried about a deadbeat woman. Deadbeat woman. Deadbeat woman. Gold watch, diamond ring, I got the means to swing. But she's a papa queen, bringing nothing but a blingless thing. Thinks she's a whole damn table, but can't live before. Weighing down the scales, leaving me in the lurch. They come running just as fast as they can, 'cause every guy's worried about a deadbeat woman. Deadbeat woman.
Welcome in, legends. I just wanted to give you guys some peace with that amazing song. Oh man, that might be a little loud for y'all. We'll get that. How's that? Let's bring it up again. Great to see everybody in the chat. We got all the folks in here. That's what I'm talking about.
Top coat, tail lights, I'm driving through the night.
This stream is gonna be sweet. Thank you, sir. Mr. Pitt, it's great to see you. Luke, fantastic to see you in here. Thank you again for this wonderful song, Deadbeat Woman. That's from our brother Luke. Don DeMarco says, let's go big, Shah. What up, everybody? Peter Wright. Shout out Peter Wright and everybody else here. The good news, Peter Wright, I'm actually starting out with all of your newspaper clippings that you shared today. So once we listen to our music, we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun looking at these. But this artwork is too good right here. This one's called Unloading the Dowry. That's what I'm talking about. Giovanni, welcome in. Thanks for being here, man. Always a pleasure to see you. Mr. Pitt says, like the video. Yes, please hit the like button. I see 8 of you guys already did that. And that is much appreciated. Hit that like button. Let's see if we can get some other folks to see the stream. And we, of course, we got this song here. How can we go? How can we forget about that one?
It was 10 years
Hopefully that's not too
ago
loud.
we tied the knot.
All right.
Thought she
Giovanni,
was
thank
the
you for the donation.
jackpot.
Just showing some love, Shah, man. I appreciate
thing
that,
I got.
honestly. I really do, man.
Now I'm here.
Thank you so much for that, being here, man. All of you guys who are here at the start of the show, you guys make streaming a pleasure for me. So thank you. Dr. Magnum says, howdy. Dan the Man. Shout out to Dan the Man, man. Good to see you, bro. I know I still got to do that pros and cons of having kids for Joker in the Discord. A little better, but it was jamming. A little too low. Oh, darn. Hit the like on the way in, please. Thank you. On the Sadia thing. Let me put this down a tiny bit. On the Sadia thing, I knew something was off early on. Just couldn't trust it. Yeah, dude, I mean, I'm not just saying this to agree with you. I feel the same way. And, I mean, you guys probably noticed, like, I've never bothered to bring her up on the show or react to her about anything because it just, I just wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? Like, we don't even need to. But this story is kind of so crazy and so many people are talking about it in the Discord. I figured we'd just go over it. Luke Nielsen says, you and many others, she was too fake. Could smell it. Absolutely. Is every woman in the space a grift? You know, man, that's a good question. It does feel like we're kind of surrounded by grifters. I wanted to title the thumbnail that, but I was kind of more focused on the Goggins story because that's what was more interesting to me. But I figured I'd throw in the Sadia thing just to have it in here. Some beautiful cold water. Temperatures are lower around where I live, which I'm grateful for. It's nice to be in September and out of August. The honey badger ladies are pretty decent. Yeah, thanks to the folks who watched me on the honey badgers last week. I was chatting with the host there, Brian, and we had a fun discussion about the dowry and all that kind of thing. So if you didn't see that yet, that's another piece of content for y'all. Man, that reminds me. I'm supposed to follow up with some other people on some things. I'll check them out. Thanks. Maybe to some extent, but her in particular just couldn't believe it. Had a feeling she was 304 and off camera. Yeah, man, there was one particular moment for me, and I hate to say it because I feel bad saying this, but I shouldn't even say it. I saw part of her soft white underbelly interview, and I couldn't get past more than like 5 minutes of that really without, turning it off. Because I was like, that interview in particular of her, for me, was just like, I don't know. I just felt like it was a little bit extra. And then, I feel like anything I have to say about her is like not really provable. And it's just like my feelings on it. So I feel bad to say that because it almost sounds kind of mean. But there were certain things about her like, gotta stop this. About her presentation that I just didn't trust. So, I never really like bothered to like watch too much of her stuff. I really didn't watch any of her stuff. I've only like seen her either peripherally through other creators or, maybe sometimes on the algorithm, but it just, after a while, like I just stopped seeing her altogether because I didn't really care to like watch her stuff. But the story that kind of broke on her was just so crazy. I mean, she was just outright lying. So it's just, hey, Raymond, thoughts and mine. Shout out to you, man. Good to see you, bro. How am I still streaming when Shah is on? Oh, man. Well, I'm glad to see you streaming, man. And it always brightens my day when I wake up and pull up YouTube on my cell phone and see your daily video on there. So shout out to you, man. I know we still got to do our thing, bro. I'm still waiting to have my Raymond experience. I'm going to put the cap on and I got my glasses, bro. And, I just think it's important for me to walk a mile in Raymond's shoes. You know what I'm saying? God, that would be a great vlog. Just vlog myself doing that. Also, Base FCZ, he had a video recently as well, and he covered the whole Saudia Khan thing. So I enjoyed watching that. Mr. Pitt says CGA was right. 10s are for the streets. Yeah, I've always liked Coach Greg Adams' concept of community property, and he's right. Especially in today's world. Heck, maybe for all time, but yeah, certain women are just community property. I mean, that's a great way to describe them. Dan says I never cared for her, but I had a gut feeling that something was off. Yeah, I mean, see, this is gonna sound like kind of weird when I say it, but I was never a fan of her voice, and that sounds like a horrible thing to say. Like, I don't mean that in a, like, I'm just judging you off your voice, but it just didn't sound like her real voice. It sounded like it almost had this kind of cooing in it that was meant to, like, lull you to sleep. Like, she would speak in this way that felt like it was just something about it just has a little bit of this kind of, like, lullaby. Like, there's a little bit of, like, hypnotism in there. And that sounds crazy, but I always, like, had that feeling anytime I'd hear it, and I'd be like, I can't listen to this. And it would just, like, be a turnoff, like, in the sense of, like, I'm going to turn this off and find something else to watch. You know what I mean? And I'm like, nah, I'm out of here. Like, there's something about it. Like, I do not like ASMR. I know a lot of people like ASMR, but I can't stand ASMR. Listening to ASMR almost makes me like angry. I don't know. Maybe there's like some wires that are like just backwards for me. But when I hear ASMR, it literally pisses me off. You know what I mean? If it's like more than 10 seconds of that. And I think her voice had a little bit of like trying to do that on purpose. Which is, again, I'm not selling this to anybody. This is not academic, man. You know, it's almost tinfoil hat. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, I just didn't trust her. You know what I'm saying? And didn't really like the content so much. So anyways, we're going to be reviewing the Abba and Preach video for that. We got kind of a full itinerary. To be honest, man, I wasn't even exactly sure what I wanted to stream tonight. I wanted to do a standalone video for the David Goggins video, but then when I sat down to collect the stuff for it, I couldn't do it because my plan for that video was to compare David Goggins with the Ben Hart clip. And I don't know if you guys remember Ben Hart, but he was that breakdancing guy that Pearl interviewed. And his daughter had come out and said he was a deadbeat dad and abandoned the family. And then he came out and made these videos. We reacted to him on this channel, basically showing the court documents and how he paid like a couple $1 million basically, and how he lived like down the street from them until the mom willingly moved them away to a different state. And he had all these like he had a whole slideshow of childhood pictures basically proving he was not a deadbeat dad. Oh, I forgot to turn this light on real quick. Hold on 1 second. Oh, where's my sky cam? Damn, I unplugged it. Sorry, I don't have my third light on. That's unfortunate. Which isn't really a big deal, but, you know. Okay, third light on. Anyways, so he had made... So after that whole debacle, I mean, Elon Musk, everybody had something to say about it. And then Pearl got an interview with him, which was good. I went to check his channel because he had made a specific video where he basically said he was removing his daughter, Maddie, from the will because she had disrespected him so much publicly, and he had just asked her to, like, remove some of that stuff, and she wouldn't. And I never, like... I went to his channel today because I wanted to talk about this aspect of the disinheriting on the back end. You know, Coach mentioned it a little bit in his reaction to the David Goggins thing. And I wanted to compare it to to Ben Hart, where he actually made a video disinheriting his daughter. When I went to his channel, all the videos that he made about his daughter and that whole situation have been privated. Like, they're not visible to the public. So I was like, oh, okay, it's gone now. So I figured I'd just throw it up on the stream for us to look at David Goggins because my whole video idea kind of fell apart at that point. But I remember him making that video where he wrote his daughter out of the will. I mean, this can't be... So I forgot what they call that phenomenon where you misremember things that never really happened. Damn, they used to say it a lot in like 2013. Let me see if I can find that out. If any of you guys know what that is. Phenomenon where you remember something that didn't happen. Oh, no, I don't want to try the new Mandela effect. I'm pretty sure I'm not Mandela affecting that, but that was the thing. So, yeah, we're going to be going over Goggins. You know, it's very child support related. Before we do that, Peter Wright shared with us a good 5 newspaper clippings about the dowry. So, you know we weren't going to make it far into this show without mentioning that, right? That's just kind of how it goes.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Mr. Pitt says, Sadia Khan, see what I did there? Was one of the few content creators I couldn't stand, and now my intuition is justified. Yeah, I mean, I hadn't really kept up with her, and, you know, I heard how much she was kind of charging for consultations, which is something else. I get what you mean, Shah. Do you think, perhaps, that you are tone-deaf to the succubus of the world? I don't know, man. If you're talking about the ASMR thing, I think that's what it is, man. Like... I can feel it like in my back. Like I can feel it like on the top of my back. And it's like it drives like, it's not like a pleasurable feeling. It drives like an anger feeling. So I don't know. I mean, if it's with a woman that's like in front of me, maybe, but something about it, especially online, ain't right. I tell you, it ain't right. Don DeMarco says, I hate those ASMR videos about AI. It's 2025. AI can build websites with that whisper voice. Hate it. Oh, that must be like a new thing. I hear you on the ASMR stuff. It's mad annoying. Yeah, it absolutely is. Peter Wright says, how about an ASMR video on the topic of love styles using a slowed version of Sadia's voice? Yeah, that would be like nails on chalkboard to me. It would make me want to do this. Gosh, I mean, that'd be like akin to waterboarding. Trevor, Streisand effect. Maybe it is. I don't even know what the Streisand effect is. Man, I'm forgetting all my terms from 2013. Streisand effect. Oh, no, Streisand effect. Okay. A social phenomenon where an attempt to hide, remove, or censor information results in the information becoming more widely known and publicized. Okay, so that's of something that like actually happened. You know what I mean? So it's like it actually happened. People tried to cover it up. How about an ASMR love language? Oh gosh, yeah. No. ASMR is so overrated. Absolutely. Yo, Happy Bachelor, welcome in, man. Shout out to you, bro. Great to see some happy bachelors in here. Man, I got to use my drone today. Some folks were coming around giving me an estimate for painting and fixing some stuff, you know. And I had to I flew my drone up so that I can show them the roof, you know, basically, and show them some details. They ended up going up there with the ladder eventually, but I felt proud to fly my drone. Luke Nielsen says, I love the ASMR satire where the Russian guy's showing off a gas truck. That actually sounds pretty funny. Klaus, man. See, now we can get the show started because Klaus is here. Maybe Klaus was here earlier, actually. But now that Klaus is here, we can definitely get it. I saw the video about writing his daughter out of the will, too. So no, okay, yes. See, I'm not crazy. And it's like, you know, I went to his page, and then, like, I even tried using the Wayback Machine. And then I tried Googling for, like, anybody who might have talked about it. And, like, part of me knows it's somewhere on my channel. Like, somewhere in one of my streams, I probably mentioned it. Because I would have saw that and mentioned it to you guys. But, like, I can't remember where it is, you know. So this is him right here. And it's like, looking at this thing, it's pretty much, like, it's, you know, it's just the stuff he likes to do. And you go back, like, what's interesting to me about that is it's almost as if, like, once he wrote her out of the will, I wouldn't be surprised if the family came back to him and was like, oh, you know, it's time to talk now. We're sorry. I don't know. Like, something like that could have happened. And then maybe they reach some accord where he's like, fine, I'll private these videos, you know, for now. But I can't find a single thing on his page that has anything to do with this entire fiasco, basically. You guys remember who she was. Here, look, let me see if I can find it. Dang, I'm not signed into TikTok. It's the only problem. Maddie Hart, abandoned. Here we go, deadbeat dad. Like, everybody had to make, like, Matt Walsh had to make something about this. Oh, gosh. Which one was it? Okay, yeah, it was this lady. Like, this is the one where she's just like, I dated a conservative guy and it made the liberal go out of me for, like, you know, a couple seconds. And then I don't know where the original video is, but it was this girl. And then she was just like, my dad wanted to break dance and he abandoned us. And, you know, then he gave us the whole story, basically.
Wake up at 6 a.m. to do some work. A video about me.
There we go.
Okay, I wake up at 6 a.m. to do some work. I get my coffee. I sit down. I open my computer. And what am I greeted with? Well, hundreds of comments calling me a deadbeat dad, a child abandoner, and all manner of other insults.
You guys remember this, right? And so he goes over the whole thing.
Really good. He like blew up. Like he became like a D-list celebrity status, like viral breakdancer. He became like the oldest actively competing breakdancer in the world. Then he got on Good Morning America and talk shows in Washington.
But anyways, yeah, so it was a whole thing. We learned about the whole child support thing. It was a really good example. I even went out and for $4, I bought his ex-wife's book. I mean, you know, I've been reading part of this. She doesn't seem like there may have been some infidelity on his part. What this book looks like, and it's called From the Heart, you know, because their last name is Hart. Betsy Hart, right here. It seems like she used to like probably write articles and then they put all the articles in the book. And there's actually, I mean, you know, like some of this stuff I think would be sort of interesting to like read on stream. I've thought about doing it. What's funny in here is like, it talks about, look at this. This chapter right here, from a single mom, it's supposed to take a family to raise a child, right? So, I mean, you know, you can probably see kind of where the daughter got some of this deadbeat dad stuff from, even though the dad lived like a mile down the road, was with them, paid millions of dollars and all these kinds of things and child support and alimony and, you know, gave them the house or whatever the heck it was. But then, you know, she'll write, so this is April 18, 2005. After unexpectedly becoming a single mom, I had to face reality and choose a new neighborhood for my 4 young kids and me. But I mean, at this point, she's got like $1 million. She has the house. You know what I mean? She's getting the craziest amount of alimony and child support. But, you know, for some reason, she needed to move. It turns out I ended up in a little community with one of the highest rates of married households in the country. And I think that's great because I want my kids to grow up seeing what is best and good. Now, I mean, she's saying that. How did it turn out? You know what I mean? Like, how did it turn out? Well, we saw how it turned out. This is how it turned out, right? I thought of my situation as I read Senator Rick Santorum's best-selling book, It Takes a Family, Conservatism and the Common Good, in which, among other things, the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania makes the case for the importance of the traditional family for raising children. You know, this goes on. There's a lot of these chapters in here. Why choosing to leave a spouse means choosing to leave a family too. Divorce 5 years later and learning a little resiliency goes a long way. This one that I got bookmarked here is called How I Am Woman Hear Me Roar Hurts Real Women. And she talks about this ad that she saw. And then at the end of it, she said, yes, I want my own daughters to rise to the tops of their professions. If they want to get to the top of a precarious rock formations too, that's great. I hope they tell me about it after they are safely back down. But you can bet I am also clear that most real-life women want men, marriage, and family. And so my daughters had better be darn tough. Because increasingly in our culture, it takes a strong woman to admit just that. And then, you know, here's the daughter out here, and the rest is history. Maybe we'll read some more from this. From the Hart. I mean, for $3.70, I had to see what it was about. Okay. Real quick before we get to the dowry clippings. Klaus, thank you for confirming that, man. Thank you, because that was bothering me all day, man. I was sitting here trying to find something on it, and I just couldn't. Yes, what Maddie does is intentionally try to go viral. She's had other vids go viral. Well, yeah, you know, her dad is the marketing guy, which is interesting. I think he might have been a speechwriter for a president or something. Luke Nielsen says, when the tubes and other medias reward rage nudie vids, rage prawn, or other over-the-top bullcrap to get a viral payout, you'll keep getting that. Yeah, that's true. All right, real quick, let's move on to Peter Wright. Peter Wright was dropping some gems today on Twitter, and this one is called Unloading the Dowry. This is artwork from 1945, and I just wanted you guys to get a whiff of this, just so y'all know how it used to be, and you know what we deserve out here. Oh wait, hold on, that ain't it.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Oh man,
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
man, and look at this, man. Like, there's so much here that's being pulled that these horses are like, they can't even keep going, man. They're just like, oh my god. But yes, this is what was expected right here. We got all the furniture from the house. And this is no joke of furniture either, by the way. Like, this is like, we got some real, like, oak, heavy kind of stuff going in this house. There's probably some gold and jewels in there. All the linens these people are ever going to need for their lifetime is in there. Everybody's out here helping. We got this lady out here trying to help unload this. We got this guy. So this is a fantastic picture by Reynold, what looks like Reynold V. Wadenar. Shout out to him. Shout out to Reynold V. Wadenar for that. You know what? I might even just go to this site here. It looks like Peter Wright might have been checking. If I have it right, Peter, if you're checking the Australian, here we go. It looks like it's maybe some historical stuff from Australia. Yeah, that's Melbourne, or as the Australians I've heard say, Melbourne. I think that's how they say that. Man, what a beautiful picture, man. I love this right here. This is so nice. This is so nice. Wow. Wow.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Yeah, we got to get the AI version of that, please. All right, and then moving on. This is from 1914, and Peter Wright says, this might be patient zero in the fad of single mothers going on dating sites and saying, my kids are everything. Yeah, I mean, we've all seen that. My kids come first. You know, I get it, but it's like they'll definitely do that all up in your face, you know. Peter Wright says, yes, it is an Australian archive. Perfect. Yeah, I was seeing these. I was loving these. This one says, children as dowry. When the registrar at Bernay, Switzerland, on the 9th March asked a young man whether he would take the widow standing at his side as his wife, he received a surprise. No, certainly not, said the man. I agreed to marry her as she said she had a dowry. Okay, so he was like, all right. Oh, but you got a dowry? All right. But now she tells me she has little money and 2 small children. My children are my treasure, said the widow. So there you go. 100 years ago, we got the, you know, my children are my world, are everything. I think this guy just probably took Dontavius' advice.
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
Shout out to Mr. Pitt for the sound effect on that. This one's pretty good right here. I'm liking all of them, but this one's also important. Traditional conservatives be turning a blind eye to this tradition. Exactly, yeah. Suddenly tradition doesn't look so fun when it comes to this. Huh, trad cons. The Australian Woman's Mirror. Man, by the way, I'm sorry. I just gotta say how much I love this. It's like we got Italy, we got Germany, we got England, we got Ireland, we got Spain, we got Greece. I mean, we just got all these places. That's just, you know, if we're looking at Western, and we got Australia on this. And, you know, there's American dowry stories. We talked about some of them last week. It's just beautiful. It's absolutely freaking beautiful. There's just no denying it. There's no denying it. We got a New York Times article from the 70s. You know, we got all these different things. The Australian Woman's Mirror, Volume 9, Number 7, 10th January 1933. What of a dowry for your daughter when she marries? Oh, darn. I can't make it big. Let me try to download this. I think if I make it a snip, I want to be able to zoom on it for you guys. Just your dowry. It's my right. Let's see. I have all these saved on my phone. Save as. This is going right to notes. Woo! Let's see. Australian clip. I don't like to do this stuff midstream, guys, but that writing's pretty small, so I just want to be able to bring that for the folks there. Ah, crap. Oh, man. Yeah, there we go. Australian clip. Bring it over. All right, here we go. All right, look at this. All right, we got a daughter. Look at that. She's leaving home. We got some nice parents over here. We love you. And of course, we're not just going to let you go out here like a beggar because we love you and we're responsible parents, just like most parents were, you know, throughout all of like history when their daughters got married, except for like recently for some reason, where everybody seems to have this very convenient collective amnesia. What of a dowry for your daughter when she marries? See, they're asking the question. Far too few people seem to know that the AMP, that's the Australian Mutual Provident Society, has a plan for providing dowries for daughters. Far too few, yet there are some parents who have taken the easy AMP way of making married life easier and safer for their girls in the years to come. Take the daughter of the couple here pictured. She is 10 years old. For a premium of £5, 99 a quarter. Her father, who is 35 years old, can provide her with a dowry. Yes, dowry of 300. What is that? Pounds plus bonuses, payable when she is 25, i.e., in 14 years' time. Should he die in the meantime, the dowry will be paid at once. Wouldn't it give you peace of mind to know that you had made this provision for your girl? We shall gladly send an officer or a letter and booklets to explain the merits of the several different plans we have.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the stuff I love to see. Peter Wright is the man. Love his collab articles with Paul Elam. Absolutely. Absolutely. Peter Wright and I have been hot on the trail going for like a good year now. Probably even that, you know, when this whole dowry stuff broke, like Peter Wright was the person that I was talking to about this. And, you know, him and I together really excavated a lot of stuff. And it's a blessing to be able to have Peter Wright's direction and, you know, support on all that and just the ear to speak to. So shout out to Peter Wright. It's funny because it's like, I saw these posts today and like, it was funny because I know we were both looking up dowry stuff yesterday. Like yesterday, I was looking up papers about the phylogenetic evidence stuff of dowry going way back into Indo-Aryan. It's this whole paper I was reading. But anyways, so it's just funny. So like, I feel like we were probably just like independently looking up stuff again. Wow, that is patient zero. I'm here for it. My daughter is a pauper. I don't have a dowry for her. I didn't know about it when she was growing. The ex was burning the cash somehow. Poor pauper daughter. At least I love her still. Well, hey, man, shout out to her. You know, I'm sure she probably embodies some of the good values that you know, you instilled in her. You know, the thing is, bro, is what robbed your daughter of her dowry was the family law courts. And possibly a bitter ex-wife also. I didn't want to go there, but that could be it also. And that was the saddest thing, man. I know I've said this probably a bunch of times on the channel, and you guys might even be getting sick of hearing it. But one of the things I always noticed from all like the divorces I saw was just how much money people had to spend on attorneys. And I just, even back then, before like any of this stuff, I always thought about how that would affect the kids' futures, because I would think about how expensive college is and just extracurricular activities for kids. Like, you know, if you want to put your kids in just different sports and music lessons, and, you know, you don't know what they're going to take interest in and what they'll actually be good at, but a lot of it costs money. And it was just sad because all that money was, you know, was supposed to go to the kids, and then it goes to some family law attorney. Oh, man. At least I don't have to sell her to the cat house. She's not interested in getting married for whatever reason. Hey, somebody sent me a picture of Saint Nick. Dang it. Where did that, was that Peter Wright? That might have been Caesar Quintana. Somebody sent me a picture. Literally a Saint Nick picture. Damn. Sorry to curse there. I can't remember who sent it to me, but there is a I think it might have been Peter Wright, actually. There is a picture, like a classic Saint Nick photo. Hold on. I think I actually saved the photo, and I'm going to send it to myself right now just so I can show it to you guys. Yes, it was Peter. Sorry. I got to email this one. No, we don't need a subject. Yes, actual size. It's just like a classic photo from like a book artwork, and it you know, it really made my week in a way, to be honest. So yeah, speaking of the cat house, download. Yes, I would like to download this. Okay. Here's like a really old photo, and it says right, like, man, oh gosh, I should just bring up the website. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. This is going to bother me. I want to show you guys like the full thing. It did take a long time. Also, we got Lauren Chen. Lauren Chen is back on Twitter, and she apparently has her side of the story posted. I don't know if we're really going to go over that or if anybody really cares, but there's a thing there. So, dang. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Actually, dang, you must have sent that back to me pretty far back. Actually, I don't actually know where it's at now. I'm sorry. I just hyped this up for no reason. I made this like a big old thing. I can't even find the link now. Man, that's sad. Oh, damn. I really wanted to. No, that's the paper. Ah, oh, darn it. I wanted to show you guys the high quality and read that caption to you guys. Nope, just different papers. Oh, here we go. Oh, thank God. Woo-wee. All right, let me just let it load. All right. This picture of Saint Nicholas bestowing a dowry on the daughters of an impoverished nobleman. All right, look at that. Look at this beauty right here. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's Saint Nick right there. There's the three impoverished women. Oh, they're all sleeping in the same bed because they don't even have 3 beds. It's like they're that impoverished. And, there's the nobleman. There's the stocking. Oh, there's the stocking on the ground right there. See that? There's the nobleman. There's the stocking. Oh, man. Oh, great. Oh, my God. We lost it. It's a disaster, everybody. Oh, you're kidding me. Okay, there we go. It's back. Thank God. Wow. This is like a really interesting looking old Christmas book. I'm going to see if I can manipulate this again without like breaking it. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's read it. This picture of Saint Nicholas bestowing a dowry on the daughters of an impoverished nobleman by the Flemish painter Gerhard David, 1450 to 1523, at present in the city of Birmingham Art Gallery, commemorates that first gift of Saint Nicholas of Bari, Bishop of Myra, I can barely see that, in the time of Diocletian, from which has grown the custom of Christmas presents. Oh my God, is it not even just the stockings, but also Christmas presents? I think they mean just the Christmas stocking, and the legend of Santa Claus. The shoes and stockings of the 3 children seem to presage all the stockings and, I don't know what that says, Sobots or something? That children in many countries and ages have laid ready for the saint's visit. So there we go, folks. It's right here, man. This is looking beautiful. Wow, what else is in this book? Materialism has been the hallmark of our generation. We have glorified and worshipped matter, the machine, the masses, the state, and authoritarianism. Gosh, this was written in 1952, but I feel like that has a lot of... Man, I don't know what this is, guys, but let's just read the rest of it. I'm sorry, we're taking a detour. But the handwriting is on the wall, and signs are not wanting that the age of materialism and false prophets is passing. Oh, man, I don't know about that. We seem to be deep in it. Deny it though we may, man is more than an aggregate of flesh and bones, and more than a chemical equation. Man is also of the spirit, and throughout the Western world, at least there are signs that the spirit is restless and crying out for more than bread. I mean, you could say that applies today. You could say that applies today. The false gods are slowly giving way to the older fundamental spiritual conception that God gave man a mind with which to organize the affairs of the world according to a plan. As this basic truth becomes more apparent, the enslavement of men's minds by materialism will be diminished and eradicated, and the value and dignity of the individual personality restored. Then and then only may sweet reasonableness prevail in the councils of man, and some sort of peace on earth prevail. It's interesting that this was written in 1952, which means that they were probably like dealing with some of that back then. And I mean, this is what tradcons want us to go back to. Look at these like old Christmas photos. That's kind of cool. Oh, real quick, let me get back to the chat here. Sorry, I'm missing some stuff. Michael saying, thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate you. Just saying hi. Well, it's great to have you here, man. Thanks for being here, Michael saying, as always. Starting a dowry fund for potential future kids. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You're right on both counts, Shah. Dang it, I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh, yes, now I remember. Thank you, Luke. This article is not even 100 years old. History is so easily forgotten. That's the crazy part about a lot of these. Like, it's a lot more recent than people, like, give it credit for. Like, they did such a good job of, you know, I think a lot of this was really sold to us with this kind of promise of modernization. And it just wasn't it. Anyways, Daily Advertiser. So this is from 1941. And we have another one here. This one says, "Now then, young man," demanded her father irritably. When the young man called for the 10th time, "What do you want with my daughter?" And he said, "With her, sir? Well, you know best what you can afford." Oh my gosh. So yeah, there's kind of a joke there on the dowry. And I don't know if he's kind of like poking fun at the dad and saying, well, you may not be happy to see me, but if you want to marry your daughter, according to your means, sir, it's probably going to be me. That's how I'm taking it. Okay, the Northwestern Courier, Australia, Thursday, 30th October, 1947. 1947, all right, so coming out of World War II here. Financial aid for early marriage scene. Making marriage financially possible for hundreds of thousands of young people is not a matter of sentiment. It is a serious business of saving young couples from frustration, of preserving home life, of stemming the rising tide of promiscuity. Man, you would think this was written today. But like, this is 1947, right? And they're already seeing this. They were trying to tell us, guys. They were trying to tell us. They were trying to say, hey, this is what's in your future, legends. Of stemming the rising tide of promiscuity, delinquency, and divorce. So declares Howard Whitman in the Reader's Digest for November. In an article condensed from Better Homes and Gardens, Whitman urges family aid to young couples, the revival of the old customs of the dowry. He would have loved this song. He would have loved, Bring Back the Dowry. And the bride's chest. No, we're not talking about that chest. We're talking about the chest that's like, a dowry chest. Just so y'all know. And it, it has all kinds of things in it. It's got like, here, I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what it looks like right now. This is the dowry chest, all right? We're trying to bring these back, guys. We're trying to bring these to the surface, all right? I promise you it's going to be worth it. This is the chest he's talking about. I love that scene. I absolutely love that scene. All right, anyways. And the continued support. We'll start that. Whitman urges family aid to young couples. The revival of the old customs of the dowry and the bride's chest. And the continued support of the son or daughter who marries while still at the university. In the past, he points out it was unthinkable that a young couple should marry without being given a few acres of land. Unthinkable. A team and wagon, or a plow, or a cowshed, or even a house. Yeah, shout out to the houses out here. But nowadays, we have evolved the idea that the newly married couple should be independent of all aid. See, this is the beginnings. Not even this is well into, but like early, I guess you could say still early on, the destruction of the family unit, right? Like families used to work together to like help get everybody set up and saving and all this kind of stuff. Then they just like completely forgot You know, because rags to riches became a thing. You kind of even hear this in how people talk, right? Like, I'm sure somewhere you guys have heard this thing of like, oh, well, you know, their parents helped them do that. Like, yeah, they didn't make it on, you know, it wasn't, they're not self-made. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, no, they're her dad or his parents, you know what I mean? But like, is that really so shameful? I mean, it just means that the parents work, you know, hard, and the family is doing this family thing the way it's supposed to be familied. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Pitt points out that we do have some pictures. We do have some pictures. Yes, you are. Where is that? We got some great AI art coming in here, by the way, guys. Shout out to the AI. Shout out to the folks in here. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Yes, this is the chest we're talking about right here. This is the bride's chest. It says dowry on it specifically. Okay? Oh, God. Shout out to our brother, It's Complicated. We got to do an episode reacting to some of his more recent stuff. And this is me working hard, guys. I mean, we're working hard on the gold pill. We're getting it all bottled up. Oh, man. Oh, it's too good. Neil says she doesn't like your dowry request. She wants her bride price. She better be willing to work. I tell you what. She better be willing to work. So, yeah, I mean, there it is again, folks. We got another one. 1947. So, yeah, I just wanted to show that. I think I got one more. This one we might have went over before on the channel. 5th March 1904, dowry by weight. Sounds like this was also published in Australia, basically. So it probably circulated like far and wide. This is the dowry by weight. An amusing method of securing the marriage of his 5 daughters has been adopted by a wealthy tradesman in Berlin. As suitors were not apparently inclined to seek the hands and affections of the daughters, the father advertised that he would pay to the accepted suitor of each daughter a dowry in cash proportionate to the weight of the selected damsel immediately after the wedding ceremony. Okay, so we had some of this going on. And dad had to think on his feet and say, how am I going to get these daughters out of my house? They're of age. So, you know, he came up with something. A young lawyer was the first who submitted himself for the father's approval. And having produced satisfactory evidence as to his respectability, he was presented to the daughters. He visited them for a week and then chose the stoutest of the 5. So he went for the biggest. He was like, I want the biggest dowry I can get. He was just like, you eat hearty for the next week. And once we get this deal pounded out, you're going to lose some pounds. Because then we're going to put you on a diet when you get to my house. So I think that was his plan. He visited them for a week and then chose the stoutest of the 5, to whom he was married on the 20th. Okay. I don't know what INST. When the ceremony was over, the lady was weighed and registered 17 stone. How much is I forgot what a stone is. Is that like 20 pounds? How much weight? We got to do the math on that. Is a stone. Okay, 14 pounds. Okay, and I believe they said 17. 238 pounds. All right. I mean, that's a size. That's a lot of woman right there. I tell you, it's a lot of woman. Okay. Well, 17 stone. The father immediately paying over to his son-in-law the sum of 13,000 crowns. All right. Well, so that's some fun over there. That's some fun for us. Okay. Oh my gosh, where's my David Goggins? Okay. All right, well, shout out to Peter Wright for that again. Thank you, Peter Wright. I appreciate that. You know, I think it was important for us to go over some real history before we start going over, you know, essentially what is the circus. And, you know, this is the circus. I think this is a little bit more serious because it's a little bit more real. But then it's the circus. And then if we have time, we're just going to go over how life is a lot harder here and how people are going to have to really start thinking about how they do family. if they're going to want to avoid some of these disasters. So let me just catch up with the chat, and then we're going to get back into that. I know I missed a lot. Apologize for that. Timmy Kramer, shout out to Timmy Kramer. It's always a pleasure to have you here. My buddy spent $10K a month in child support. Almost none of that money went to the kids. And she, the ex, was always dressed in the best. Selfish. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. And as soon as them kids turned 18, she was just like, well, go talk to your dad. Well, where's your dad? Well, yeah, why don't you just go talk to your dad after alienating them kids for probably, 14 of those years. I got a W from Luke. Ouch, that sucked for your friend. $10,000 a month. Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. That's crazier. I finished your book earlier today. I really enjoyed it. I picked up 2 copies for my parents. They both have seminary degrees. Oh, that's awesome. Shout out to Giovanni for reading Michael Sain's books there. Love to hear what they have to say, Giovanni. That's so nice of you, Giovanni. Awesome. Oh, I love seeing that. That's really cool. Peter Wright doing some great archival proof work. Yes, absolutely. Michael Sain says, Giovanni, if you see anything that needs correcting or disagree with anything, love to hear about it. The grammar is horrible, so sorry for that. Isn't there a photo? Yep, we got the photo. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. I was thinking about that. I tried a couple video from Image on that, trying to get him to pull a gold pill from the dowry treasure chest. He was like, which one of these broads got the richest father?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
I think modern day dowry is fathers who own a business and offer to bring the fiance in the family business. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that would qualify for sure, because you're getting him set up. That would probably be like maybe the last real vestige of it. Because you see that sometimes, but it's not explicitly, obviously talked about that, but it does, I can see that being the case. That's a wide-backed woman. Hi, Shah. Yo, shout out, Karen. Great to see you in here, man. Big back. Any Dontavius? Oh, man, we got the Dontavius sound effect.
You gotta stay gaming, bro.
All right, you know what? I'll bring up Dontavius just for you.
Hey, yo, Dontavius.
Yeah.
What's today's quote of the day?
You gotta stay gaming, bro. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
Thank you, Dontavius. Man, Dontavius, he's the only one giving actual advice out here. Man, I also have this to go over, but I think we'll do that after the Abba and Preach video. Because this is the guy that like broke the whole Sadia Khan story. And as crazy as it is, it's apparently started over him just pointing out that she was using a filter to make her waist look different. And then she started going after them, and then like the internet figured out like the rest of her lies. So she could have just ignored that and still been doing what she's doing. But she chose not to do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and move on to this. So this is basically, there was a whole kind of like story going around for David Goggins, and his daughter had put up a, some kind of video basically talking about how like David Goggins was a deadbeat and just all this kind of just super disrespectful stuff. It really was similar to what we saw from Ben Hart's daughters, which is why it reminds me so much of that. And David Goggins, my first time seeing David Goggins was on the Joe Rogan show. And he's the guy that does all like those like almost like superhuman feats, basically. May as well be superhuman. Where, he was a Navy SEAL and he does all this like crazy endurance, just doing all these kinds of crazy things. So she put up a thing, and then everybody was kind of giving him some stuff and coming after him. And then finally, he like was asked about it. Like he didn't actually come out and like address it, but he was asked about it at like an event. So then, he was going to talk about it. So we're going to listen to all 19 minutes of that. And it's just not even that. I mean, he's talking about it. And then like his mom comes on stage. So we start to get grandma's opinion on this whole thing. Then he starts to talk about all the child support stuff, which I can, just from me working at child support, I already could see exactly how that happened with him. So we got a wealth transfer going, and then we just got disrespect going the whole way. Real quick, Don DeMarco says, modern dowry is maybe women self-paying it. They're boss chicks with money, right? It would take some social engineering, but harder things have been done. Yeah, no, I agree with that. If that's what they've been doing, then they at least better come with some kind of savings in the pot. If they're out here, you know, asking for monogamous marriage, for dang sure. So, yeah, you know, that's true as well.
I talk about my daughter. I don't talk a lot about.
It's gonna be 19 minutes of this, guys, but let's listen to what he's got to say.
Because guess what? I talk about my daughter. I don't talk a lot about her because guess what? She didn't ask to be where I am. So I talk a lot about her. She came out, she's done a couple things, one on Facebook a few years ago. She did something on Reddit, and she just did something here about a week ago on TikTok.
This seems to happen every like now and then, especially in like the sort of new TikTok age where somebody's kids comes out and talks about how terrible they were. Coach covers a lot of these, which is where I've seen them. I think there might even been something like 50 Cent's kid.
Y'all get your phone. Her name is Jade M. Goggins. You may not have any context about it, but go to Jade M. Goggins and look it up. Basically, what she does is she calls me an absent father. She's never seen me before, doesn't know who I am, type of shit. That's how it makes it look.
I don't. From the last I heard, that's what I saw on Coach, is that her video was removed, basically. Not removed, or maybe she herself removed the video of her basically, you know, saying horrible things about her dad. So, you know, we don't, if one of you guys finds it, man, please share it with me, and then, you know, I'll pull it up.
Which is a fucking lie. She did something in 2018 on Facebook saying I was a deadbeat dad. She did something on Reddit with more deadbeat dad shit. Okay. I don't know how I'm going to explain this if you guys even want to hear it, but you asked me a question. So I'm going to try my best to put it in as much context as I can. Me and her mom got divorced when she was about 1 year old. Her mom thought I was her soulmate. Her mom cannot stand me, period, doc.
You hear that? That part right there really stands out to me because he says her mom thought I was her soulmate. And then it sounds like she can't stand him. But that's some stuff that we see in a lot of the old newspaper articles where they know that love, like romantic love specifically, fizzles out, you know, and once it fizzles out, then that's where the issues start. And, you know, when I was working at child support too, man, like I'd see so many cases where, especially if they're getting divorced and they got like a 1 year old or a 2 year old or a 3 year old, and it's just like, dang. And I've seen people, you know, where the kids are even younger than that, like in the months, and now they can't stand each other. And it's just like, oh my God, like that sucks. Like, especially for the child too. Like the parents just don't want to be together, then they're in the office. But I just wanted to point that out, you know, like that's the romantic love, you know, promise right there, basically.
When she was about 1 year old. Her mom thought I was her soulmate. Her mom cannot stand me, period, doc.
See that? Her mom thought I was her soulmate. Her mom cannot stand me.
She pretty much made my daughter hate me. I was in her life until.
See, that's the brainwashing. That's the poisoning. And this is where I really wished that video that Ben Hart put up about him literally writing his daughter out of the will was something I had access to today. You know, and Coach mentioned this on his stream too about the disinheritance. But when the father is alienated like this and pushed away, now David Goggins didn't say anything about writing his daughter out of the will. In fact, he's going to go on to discuss literally how much money he did give them. But now that the daughter's an adult he can literally choose to, if he wants, to cut her off, you know? And the biggest slap in the face, if he really wanted to show them, if he really wanted to,
do you have the stomach?
Is to just go start a family with someone else and have 2 kids and then leave them everything. Nothing. That would be that right there would just be you know what I mean? And then that would destroy them, frankly.
She's about 15, and I will try to explain what happened. And I don't like talking without proof.
I do wonder if I don't know this, but I do wonder if he's married and has another family. It sounds like that might be his only daughter. That's at least the only one we hear about. David Goggins married. Well, okay, his first wife, does he have? He is currently oh, here we go. He is currently engaged to Jennifer Kish, an executive at Goggins LLC. I don't know about marrying somebody that works for you. Whatever. So he's engaged to somebody else. Now, if he has kids with that woman and writes this other daughter who doesn't even call him dad and calls him David, we're going to learn that, completely out of the will, that's going to burn. That's going to sting. And that's going to be probably no better than they deserve at this point. We don't know if I don't know. Let's see who Jennifer Kish is. Is she like anybody notable? I don't know. There seems to be many Jennifer Kishes, and I don't know which is the David Goggins one. David Goggins. Jennifer Kish is the fiance. Oh, okay. The fiance. Jennifer Kish is the fiance and business partner of David Goggins, serving as the executive director of Goggins LLC, and a figure in the motivational and fitness communities herself. Well, okay. Sounds like they're probably mutually invested in that business. I'd like to think so. Their connection stems from a shared passion for mental toughness and endurance, which she also cultivated during her career in Canadian rugby. Hey, can you imagine 2 people that are all about like endurance and mental toughness, and they're in a marriage, and the marriage is getting tough, and they're just like, we got to stay in the marriage till the end because we don't give up out here. It's an endurance marriage. I was trying to, well, we don't even really need a picture of her, but okay, yeah, interesting. So they better start behaving because, man, it ain't looking good for them. It ain't looking good for them.
So let me back up for a second. As far as the deadbeat dad thing goes, all that shit started.
Jason says, talk dowry with the girl. She laughed and said, I'll end up paying more for her over the course of the marriage. Thoughts? Give us more details, Jason. Tell us, give us the story, bro. I want to hear the story, man. Tell us how it happened. I mean, yeah, we went on another date. Or we went out, on Sundays, we do brunch sometimes. We had breakfast, and I was drinking my Irish breakfast, or whatever, English breakfast tea. And, she brought up marriage again. So I brought up the dowry. And this is how I want to hear the whole story, man. Tell me the whole story. This could be our first gold pill field report right here.
Obviously, when people do that, they want to hurt you. There's been videos out there about me being a deadbeat dad. People who don't like me were very excited to see we got something on the superhero David Goggins. He's not a good father. I wish I could sit up here right now and tell you all, because this is what I like to do. I like to come up here right now and own it. I like to own the fucked up shit in my life. It makes it easier. I come up here, I tell you all as a fucking deadbeat dad, I didn't see my daughter, I'm a piece of shit. What are y'all gonna say then? Nothing. Fucking bullshit! Exactly. So, I can't say that to you all because it's bullshit. I've never one time attacked my daughter, I've never one time attacked my ex-wife, I've seen this stuff for years.
Jason, give us the story, man. Type it out, bro. Most women are ahead of the game. Just curious what you think about her response. I mean, why even ask for the dowry if she's already planning to cash me out over the course of the marriage? what is the dowry? First of all, did you ask her what that is? Or did she just give you a joke and you gave up? Like, what was the dowry amount? There's a lot of things missing from your story, bro, that makes me think you didn't put in a good faith effort into this conversation. Please change my mind on that.
People have made videos on me. That's my daughter. No matter how the fuck she doesn't like me, that is my fucking daughter. So, I do not attack her. I don't go after her. I just sit in the fucking middle of it and suck it the fuck up. And let people dog the shit out of me, call me deadbeat. You know what? Go out there, Google pictures of me and my daughter, you're gonna see. I'm gonna get, there's a case that just happened, okay? Oh my God. There's a court case that just happened. It's 6 years. So, I got this. I'm fucking shaking my ass.
Hopefully that's not too loud for you guys.
Okay.
In the Uber, I joked that if I were to get married, I'd probably ask for a dowry, do it old school. She laughed and said, with all the trips to the little store she likes, I'd end up paying more than the dowry over time, basically covering it twice over. Okay, and how much is... So you guys are just joking about it, so it wasn't a serious conversation, basically. I mean, if you're just joking, bro, like, you gotta play that conversation right and be like, what are you talking about? Your dowry is going to cover all those little trips to the store. And then laugh at her in her face the same way she's laughing in yours. That's the back and forth that's the fencing you're doing back and forth here. You know, literally you're both shit testing each other in the back of this car is what's going on. It hasn't breached into a serious conversation yet. So if you're gonna give up there, bro, then yes, just you know, that's what I'm seeing right now is that you failed that shit test and then you just abandoned it.
All right, so I'm trying to find this shit. I took pictures of everything because there was a court case going on, and they were like, I'll explain the court case in 2 minutes or whatever. I'm trying to find this thing for you all. I can fucking find this shit. All right. I know you guys like, take your time, I want to hear more of this shit. All right, so I want you to read that right there. Just read that right there.
It says, thank you, he has never, all capitalized, missed a payment, so I figured something was wrong, thank you.
Okay, so what he's talking about is a child support payment.
Okay, never missed a payment. I mean, I believe it. Child support was probably going right after that. Michael says you have to stand up for yourself if you want a bride price or dowry, because everyone is going to laugh in your face and attack you for even saying it. Yes, this is the pushback against gynocentrism, essentially. At least you broached it, though. Maybe it'll get her thinking. Yeah, I give you credit for that, man. Shout out to you for that. Uh-oh. We were just in the Uber headed to dinner. Thought I'd bring up the dowry just to test the waters. That's interesting. So it sounds like, I mean, so you guys are, is marriage something that like she's been bringing up? Like, I mean, if you don't mind sharing more, you don't have to if you don't want to, man. But I am curious more on like the context of the situation. How many years you guys been going out for? Like, is she on Reddit waiting to wed, complaining about how you haven't proposed to her yet? Or like, what's the deal? In ref to the book, Matthew 19:11 is my new go-to when my family asks me about marriage. It's not for me to receive. Man, I Trevor, bro. Thank you, man. That's a large donation, man. 50 AUD. It's more than I deserve. It popped up all like bright pink on my screen. I never even seen that color. You know, I probably, you know, Caesar's got some pretty big ones in there. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. I know you work hard for your money too, man. Not directed at Shah, just in general, it feels like the manosphere outlines the floors of women without acknowledging women who we consider role models for the ideal wife mother. Do you have any female friends, family that you consider role models? That's a great question, man. Like, are there women in my life that I think are good role models? Whenever someone asks me anything point blank, like, you know, if you ask me what my favorite music is, it like eludes me. But then when I think about it, a lot of them pop up. And I'm trying to think. I've definitely, you know, I don't want, you know, I hate that I think of overseas women that I've seen because I don't think that counts. Like, I want to think of American women. American woman. That's a good question. Everybody else in the chat, everybody else in the chat, I want to answer that too. Are there like women? And then like the worst part is like, I'm thinking back to like when I was way younger. So like, that's probably like a prior generation of women. And it's like, I can't say my grandma or anything. Cause like by the time I was born, man, 3 out of the 4, both of my grandparents are already passed away. I don't know, man. That's a tough question. And I feel really bad that I can't like give you one that like comes to mind. No, not exactly, man. I mean, I have like some images coming in my mind, but I don't even know that for sure. I just have an impression that they were decent people. I do think there's decent women out there. Do a poll. Yeah, that's a good idea. Start a poll. So, do you have any female friends? Oops. Man, I can't type today, guys. I'm sorry. Family members that you consider role models for the ideal wife, mother, question mark. I'm just going to leave it as yes or no. Oh, dang it. My question's too long. Oh, gosh. I need to get rid of like a couple words. Okay. Instead of saying, do you, I'm just going to have any female. It's going to seem grammatically weird. I'm sorry. But that's a good question. Raymond says Shah is a sexy man. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you, Raymond. I feel like that kind of came out of was telling my stream earlier how attractive you are. Oh, man, listen, you know, man, Raymond, one of these days, like if we ever link up in real life, man, and I'm not saying, oh, we're going to go out and I'm going to get you laid. I'm not making any promises like that, but I would like to go out and hang out with you. And I don't know, man, who knows? Maybe we'll chat up some ladies or something, see how that goes. And man, I go through dry periods too. I'm telling you, you know, I did go on a date last weekend. And it was cool. But, I swear, like before that, it was a while, you know, I did lose, like 21 pounds recently. I'm trying to lose like another 7. And honestly, man, going on that date kind of knocked me off the horse. Cause I had a pancake. I had some bread. I hadn't had bread in hecka long. And then I had I had all kinds of stuff that day. And then it's almost like that one day, just, I'm trying to get back on the horse. But thank you, man. I appreciate you, Raymond. I know we got to do another collab soon, man. I'm sorry. I got to get, you know, on the YouTube game harder. Shah, do a poll. Base. Hey, Base. Good to see you, man. I just watched your most recent video. As soon as I saw that thing was on, I was like, yes. I enjoyed that one. I really did. Sincerely, my mom. I say women can change all the time because I've seen them. My answer is cliche, but for real, it's my mom, as annoying as she can be. Oh, man, shout out to her. That's a beautiful thing. I hate to say it, man, but I still can't think of who that ideal. I've seen many women, I think, be, you know, like when I see them in front of my face, be good moms and stuff like that. But I also see other sides of women too that can be tough. But that's just a human thing also. And And then there's women I've liked. But it's like me liking them doesn't mean that they would be an ideal wife, mother, role model. And it's just, I feel bad that I don't have anybody that comes to mind like that can really answer your question, man. And thank you for that generous super chat, man. I do appreciate that. But I'm interested in hearing other people's. Jason says, what shit test, bro? Honestly, she's probably right. Over the course of marriage, I'm going to cover that dowry and then some. What's the dowry, bro? How much is the dowry you're asking for? Like, that's what you're fundamentally missing from this equation. So if you don't know that, then you don't know what you'd be covering or not. It really is all I got to say. Sounds like you're just kind of moping right now. But I want to believe you, but it sounds pretty mopey. Like, oh, you know. There are no good role models for women today. Man, I just got to showcase the Shah as a sexy man comment again. Thank you. I'm really squeezing the juice out of that one. My best friend's wife is a great. Oh my God. Okay, you just reminded me of somebody. You know what? When I went to the Brazilian steakhouse recently for my buddy's birthday dinner, you remember we didn't do the stream that weekend. One of my buddies, well, I can't say what he does, but he does some really cool stuff. So my friend that, you know, I grew up around his family around the corner. And it's like, he's one of 4 brothers. But one of his brothers married, I think, a good woman. And they got like 4 kids now. And, you know, they both got decent careers. And I've seen, I remember when they had like the one kid, I remember when they had like their first baby. You know, he's my buddy's older brother, but, you know, we're buddies too. And I saw him at that birthday dinner after years, you know, and I always thought his marriage was a good marriage. And they've, you know, there's no telling what'll happen. But when I look at his marriage, I do believe that it is a good, strong marriage. And, you know, I've even met like his wife's family. I went to their house once for, you know, Independence Day stuff back when they were visiting out of town. I know his parents real well. But his wife, she was always like, you know, she's always very kind to me. And not just about her being kind to me, but I've watched their family and I think that's a good role model. So one person, yes, I can think of one person. My best friend's wife is a great example. She's first generation American, though family is from Europe. My mom has shown time and time again she has the capacity to change and grow and become better. Man, that's a good thing, you know. And what I like about that comment base too is like, you know, you hear a lot in the red pill space about like, well, women are solipsistic, they can't be held accountable, and you know, you gotta be a this and that or whatever. But I do think women, you know, are humans just like us and are capable of change and becoming better and improving, frankly, and becoming better humans. So I like your comment because I think it describes that truth instead of this kind of helpless, you know, all women are just this or that. Now, I mean, we live in a culture where it makes it very easy for women to, you know, feel entitled or take advantage of a family law system. And it's not a good idea to put yourself in a position where you can get screwed over, you know, really badly. But there are good people out there. My mom for sure and a few other acquaintances. Do I have female friends? No. Yeah, to be honest, man, it's the same with me. Like there are women I know. It tends to be like my buddies, you know, girlfriends or wives or whatever. Like those are people I know. Coworkers, I don't count as like personal friends. But I don't have like, I don't really like, I'm not really friends with women, to be honest. There are women I know from the past. The only, you know, there are some women that I have that are my friends, but they are from high school. At least like the ones I know. But to be honest, even them, we're not friends like my actual friends. I hate to say it. It's not like we message or we call, or or like I go, let's go hang out, like let's go do this. For the most part, if I am hanging out with the woman, it's like some dating kind of thing. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really serve that role of friend for me in my life. I don't truly think they're playing that role of friend. They're just acquaintances I've known from my childhood. So because of that, there's just a certain thing only because I knew them from back then. You know what I mean? So it's not like stuff that I usually do with my friends. You know what I mean? That's just how it is for me. The answer is no female friends. No friends. Bae says, as far as female friends, I've had a few, but as I've gotten older, they have dwindled. None really remain. Base, actually, I remember seeing a video that you did where you discussed female friends. I think that might have been a really old video of yours, actually. Maybe it was a recent one. Actually, I can't remember now because sometimes YouTube suggests your older stuff to me too, which I do watch. But I do remember you discussing about that. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that they dwindled, but yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, I mean, there's one woman I think about. This woman was so militantly like socialist, but I knew her just because she went out with my buddy, but she was from a different high school. But we did hang out, you know what I mean, like in the friend group or whatever. And so there are times where like I saw her. So we're we're friends, but it's like it's just a different kind of friendship, to be honest, And I saw this, like, if it's a woman I'm dating and they're like, let's just be friends, I typically will say no to that if it gets to that point or that happens. Like, appreciate that, but no thanks. Like I'm not gonna be calling you to hang out. Like, I just bought an ice cream maker for $84 and I'm really excited about this ice cream maker. And when I finally make a batch of ice cream in that thing, like those aren't gonna be the people who I call to like, hey man, I just made like some homemade mint and chip chocolate ice cream. Dude, you got to come try this. It's really good. It doesn't have too much sugar in it, like I promise. They're not getting the phone call. You know what I mean? Do they have to be alive? No, they do not have to be alive. I don't think they got to be alive. A couple in my immediate family, but other than that, not really. Women suck and it's men's fault. I told her, well, I guess I won't get married legally. That is, being married in God's eyes is all that matters. She raised her eyebrows. I did end up getting laid that night, so I guess I did okay. Shout out to you, man. Yeah. There you go, man. So it seems like things are going pretty well. Giovanni said my mom as well. However, when pressed on current issues, she still hits me with the "what about the men though" argument. Yeah, I get it. Church sucks too, and that is also man's fault. MS, hey Shah, how are you? I'm in the chat now. Shout out to you, MS. Great to see you, man. Doing well, man. I can't complain. I got a little bit of a headache. I'm not gonna lie. I think part of that is because I was out in the yard and like I had to take down this crazy, like, I think it's coming from a tree that like we cut down, and then like another part of it's growing from like the root, and I let this thing get way out of control. So like I bought this saw, and then like I had a branch fall down from another tree. So I was just out there doing all this like crazy work today. And I was just out there, in the sun with my shirt off, just letting the sunbeams just penetrate into my organs, you know what I'm saying? And revitalize things. But there was just a bunch of dust, and I think I kind of exhausted myself a little bit with that. But it was good exercise. Mr. Pitt says, I'd like to try my hand at being Raymond's wingman during a bar crawl. Man, I'd love to go out with you and Raymond. That would be the freaking coolest thing ever. Either I got to fly out to Ohio, or if Raymond ever comes by here. I mean, at least we'll have a chill. Tell you what, Raymond, and if we don't talk to any chicks, I'm going to buy you a freaking nice steak dinner at this steakhouse that I love. And I'm telling you, man, like I'm going to be dropping some coin on it. Like, it's an expensive place. Like, you ever come out here, man, like we'll have fun. At the very least, you'll get a very upscale steak dinner out of it. If nothing else. and then maybe we can vlog that. We don't even have to vlog it, though. Just so you can enjoy your dinner without having to worry about doing content. So, yeah, man. I don't know if Raymond's still here, but I would love that. Michael Sane says, I'm a Christian, love the church, but now it sucks because of feminism being accepted. Ashraf Hakim's mom's the ultimate role model. I guess that soccer player. Do you think that's why many men are leaving the church? See. I'm just going to skip some of these, man. I'm sorry. Trevor says, we talk about boys needing male role models. We also need good female role models, which we can respect and look up to growing up, so we can also appreciate women in our life. Yeah, I think so. I mean, listen, if people are going to be role models for being good husbands and wives, I mean, I definitely think that's how the young people learn. They need to see this stuff acted out in front of them from people that they respect and from people whose opinions they respect, you know? There are people in my life who I would consider mentors, at least career-wise and work-wise and in other ways. And if they were disappointed in me with something, it would really mean something. Like, I would actually feel bad. I would want to correct that thing, you know? But, you know, a lot of role models for women, or at least what's been kind of hailed by society, is just more about being strong and independent. So that's kind of what they got. Michael Sand says, there is no greater threat than someone who knows the Bible. I'm interested in that. Man, I missed it. I'm interested in that verse that you said. It was like Matthew 19:11. I've been playing Metal Gear, by the way, so that sounds suspiciously like a pistol. Sounds like some of you are going to use that verse that way. Using a scriptural verse as a weapon. Is such a thing possible? Let me see what this says. Just while I'm over here. Maybe I got the wrong one. I think yours was marriage. Jesus replied, not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. For there are eunuchs who are born that way, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others. And there are those who choose to live like eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. The one who can accept this should accept it. Interesting. Oh, come on, man. We're gonna... So I can't view it? Oh, wait. Is it down here? Oh, that's too bad. I thought it was gonna... Oh, well, it's all right. Well, thank you for that. Thanks for the replies, chats. I love hearing all your perspectives. Thank you again, you know, for the super chat. It's more than I deserve. I'll try not to spend all of that on ingredients like heavy whipping cream or whole milk, or peppermint extract, high quality semi-sweet chocolate, and also probably just a little bit of sugar. And maybe I could throw some other stuff in there. Like maybe I can even sneak some butter into the ice cream. Like some high quality butter. Like that's probably a thing too. And then also ice cream salt and ice, because I'm going to need those things in order to get the temperature down to make the ice cream. And then I'll have to buy my own little ice cream containers, you know, because when I make the ice cream, I'm gonna have to store it in the freezer. So see, I got all these things. When you buy an ice cream maker, like there's a bunch of other things you gotta buy. But anyways, thank you, man. Agree, Trevor, on the importance of having female role models. Funny thing is, I'm the nicest guy, super weak. I hate to fight, try and please everyone. So it's funny to be hated by so many people. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Base says, hey, yo, you buying us steaks now? And Base, if you come over here too, I swear to God, we're all going to the steakhouse. That would be freaking epic, actually. Really good poll. Oh, let me end the poll, by the way. Saw the Twitch streams. Always be gaming, Shah. Yeah, I've been having a fun time. I actually streamed twice on Twitch last week. If you guys like gaming, then, you know, check me out on Twitch. But it's usually hard for me to stream games because it's hard for me to find games I can actually, like, stand playing at this age. But they remade Metal Gear Solid 3, and it's actually pretty fun. So I've been having a good time. Read the entire chapter for context, Shah. Let me see what I can bring up. Oh my gosh. Let me see. I'll look for a couple verses before that. Matthew 19. Let's see what we got. What was that, 1911? Let's see where we're at, guys. You know what? I'm going to read the whole thing. Sorry, guys. Well, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just, well, it's not that long, but when Jesus had finished saying these things, he left Galilee and went to the region of Judea to the other side of the Jordan. Large crowds followed him and he healed them there. Some Pharisees came to him to test him. They asked, "Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any and every reason?" Uh-oh. Oh my God. We got no-fault divorce being discussed here. "Haven't you read," he replied, "that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female, and said, for this reason the man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two but one flesh. Therefore what God has joined together, let no one separate." "Why then," they asked, "did Moses command that a man give his wife a certificate of divorce and send her away?" Jesus replied, "Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard, but it was not this way from the beginning. I tell you that anyone who divorces his wife except for sexual immorality..." Okay, so adultery is on the books here. "Except for sexual immorality and marries another woman commits adultery."
This is Democracy Manifest.
Yo, Odisu, thank you. Oh, crap, I moved this whole thing. Odisu, thank you for the Twitch follow. My Twitch alerts are all literally activated right now. Which is tight. They're going to stay activated. This is interesting. You know, what's interesting about this is in that Michael Knowles interview with Pearl, I think Pearl asked about if a guy finds out that a kid isn't his or something, if he should stay married. And Michael Knowles was like, yeah, he should stay married. But right here it says, except for sexual immorality. I mean, doesn't that count? You know what I'm saying? So that's reason to divorce. The disciples said to him, "If this is the situation between a husband and wife, it is better not to marry." Jesus replied, "Not everyone can accept this word, but only those to whom it has been given. For there are eunuchs who were born that way, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are those who choose to live like eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. The one who can accept this should accept it." What's up with these other verses? Looks like it goes, "Then people brought little children to Jesus for him to place his hands on them and pray for them, but the disciples rebuked them. Jesus said, 'Let the little children come to me and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these.' When he had placed his hands on them, he went on from there." Well, that's pretty cool, man. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I ain't doing the eunuch thing, bruh. Shah, Matthew 19:11 is a reference to MGTOW. That's interesting. Karen said, "I recently saw Brittany De La Mora on Pearl's show, and she weaponized the Bible almost perfectly on the surface, at least." I saw part of that. I went on a walk yesterday, and I was listening to it. I don't think I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I heard part of that, and it seemed like her sort of argument was like, well, because Pearl was basically saying, like, why are you basically preaching or whatever, when you just got out of this? And she's like, well, I'm leading so many people from sin into the light, was her argument back. That's a poll question here for y'all. Let me do a poll question. Is it okay? I don't even know how to work. What I'm trying to ask is, like, is she justified? Is she justified in, I don't even know if preaching is the right word. Preaching, since, like, basically, like, it's like, okay, Nala, Nala is pretty much public about this stuff and doing all the interviews and things, and she's on, like, Michael Knowles or whatever. They're gonna say it's not wrong because by them spreading the message, even though they did bad things or whatever, they're helping lead other people who are in the same situation out of that. Does that justify basically the kind of, media train? I don't know what else to call it in preaching, since she is helping. Preaching. She says Her story is helping others in a similar situation? Question mark. I don't know. That's all. That's a horribly worded poll. I'm sorry, guys. Trevor says, if you buy a pizza, I'll be okay with that. Man, pizza sounds really good. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I think I saw a base comment. Oh, man. Base says, that scripture is partly why I said what I said in my recent video. There are too many good reasons to divorce someone for adultery. Yeah, I actually never knew that, like, because they always make it seem like, you know, there really is no reason to. But, I mean, that's kind of written right in there. So Christian folk can divorce for adultery. There are too many good reasons to divorce someone for adultery. Yeah. Oh. Yo, MS, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Looks like we got INR. That's interesting. I wonder what INR is. Is that like Indonesian rupee or something? Rupiah? I can't remember what the currency is there. What currency is INR? Oh, Indian rupee. Nice. Hey, got a donation from India. Thank you, MS. I appreciate that, man. That's pretty awesome. Shout out to my folks in India watching me right now. MS says, many young women have terribly poor role models these days. The role models are either strong, independent, and don't need a man, or are very sexualized. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the same here. And I'll say this. I think the part a lot of people are afraid of is that, you know, just like how this adult film actress went from embodying the archetype of whatever that was into embodying the archetype of this super religious woman. You know, it really reminds me of like when someone is like a convict and then they become super religious in prison. But they're really kind of like in your face about their religiousness. Not in a, like, I mean, I would rather take that than the convictness, but they're like, they got to yell it from the rooftops, you know? Sometimes the opposite happens. Sometimes somebody who's really religious then starts embodying the archetype of the adult film star. You know what I mean? Later on. And there are all kinds of role models out here. There's good role models and bad role models. The problem is sometimes there's incentives to abandon the good role models value system and start embodying the bad role models value system. And sometimes the culture puts a lot of incentives to do that. Which is where, you know, a balanced contribution into a marriage makes sense. Okay. Buying steaks for first dates? No. Buying steaks for the boys? Absolutely. Exactly. 100% agree with that, Jason. Shah will tell you about interviewing me. YouTube says you can't promote violence. It's hard to interview me because of that. You know, Michael, we'll have to figure it out someday. Man. Knew what she was going to say before she said it. I came from a bad household, was broken, etc. It's always the same backstory leading up to I found Jesus. Only the man is allowed to initiate a divorce in the Bible, New and Old Testament. Man is allowed to divorce for adultery, but forgiveness and restoration is best if you can forgive her and she stop. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it sounds like there would be the case for that then. It would be up to him. So he basically, and then once he forgives her, then that's it, you know. No more talk of that. Adultery violates the one flesh. That is why the man was given permission to divorce for sexual immorality. It violated the core of the marriage, confirms the child is yours, and inheritances. Yes, absolutely. Hindu scripture explicitly details how to MGTOW. Please do a Google search. All right, let's do that. What does Hindu scripture say about men going their own way? Google AI gives a really good summary. Okay, that sounds pretty fun to me. What does Hindu scripture say about men going their own way? Okay, so we got, hopefully the AI thing is the same as your AI. I mean, because you know how like sometimes it's region different. Guys, I'm definitely going to have to get up and take a leak somewhere in this stream. All right. Hinduism does not explicitly address MGTOW philosophy as it is a modern concept. However, traditional Hindu scriptures and concepts outline both the path of a householder, which involves marriage and family, and the path of a renunciate, an ascetic life of celibacy, presenting both as valid spiritual journeys for men. I could definitely see that. I mean, I think there's a rich tradition there, especially when it comes for like a monk-style life and that kind of thing. And, you know, the Buddha, of course, Siddhartha Gautama, you know, he was Hindu first and went that direction. The householder's path, grihastha. The householder stage is considered vital for the perpetuation of society and a man's spiritual growth. Hey, you know what was interesting about Buddha? I might be misremembering this, but I think he had like a whole wife and kids. And then one day he was like, yeah, I'm renouncing the things of the world. But I think he was a prince too, so they were probably taken care of. The scriptures see marriage as a sacred ceremony and a necessary part of a man's life to fulfill his duties, including procreation. Ancient texts like the Satapatha Brahmana emphasize that a man is incomplete without his wife and is reborn upon obtaining one, highlighting the importance of the householder stage. I would agree with that. It is kind of like when I think when two people get married, it is like you're kind of getting, you know, I think part of like the marriage ceremony, kind of like a funeral, is like there's this change in the stage of life that you're at, and you know the whole family is seeing this change for you, and it's going to affect them too in some way. So this kind of helps with that transition. Responsibility. A man's duty as a householder involves maintaining a home, raising a family, earning wealth, and seeking pleasure within a righteous framework. His work also supports those in other life stages. All right, now we're out to the renunciate's path. Sannyasa. I've heard that word sannyasa before. This path is for men who have fulfilled their worldly duties and choose to renounce material life for spiritual liberation, or moksha. See, now that's sounding like the path of Buddha there. A man in this final stage of life is a sannyasi who renounces all material desires and duties to devote his life entirely to attaining liberation from the cycle of birth and death. So that sounds like something you do older. Celibacy, or brahmacharya. Brahmacharya, if I remember, is like, I think it's like a 12-year period of complete celibacy for a man. And that includes no fapping. No fapping whatsoever. I think it's like 12 years. And sometimes guys do that when they're younger. And they if they're part of a monastery. Is practiced as a discipline to control the senses and focus on spiritual pursuits, especially for those who renounce the world. Some texts even claim that sex with one's wife on certain nights can be a form of celibacy for a householder. Hey, can you imagine like being married and then suddenly telling your wife, I am taking the path of brahmacharya, so just so you know, that's what's going on. All right. Not a rejection of women is not a rejection of women, but a renunciation of worldly attachments, complementary roles. Unlike MGTOW's focus on independence from women, Hindu scriptures emphasize the complementary nature of masculine and feminine. Ultimately, Hinduism provides diverse paths for spiritual development, acknowledging that not all men will follow the same journey. Whether a man chooses the path of a householder or a renunciate, the end goal is self-realization and liberation. Well, that's interesting right there. You know, there's definitely a worldly way to live. And then there is a, where's my Narcissus and Goldmund? This book right here. Some of you guys probably heard of Hermann Hesse. And he wrote this book called Narcissus and Goldmund. And I really like this book. It's about these two guys that start out in like a monastery. I think in like Germany. In like some medieval times or something. It was right around the time of the plague, because the plague is in this. And one of the guys basically like decides to leave the monastery, and he just, you know, the monk life just doesn't feel like for him. He was an orphan, I think, and he joined the monastery, And, you know, him and his buddy Narcissus, who's like, basically ends up being like, he goes throughout the whole cloistered process and is like a leader, a spiritual, you know, in the church, you can say. They used to have these discussions early on in the book, and they were friends, you can say, in a way. And Narcissus leaves. He leaves the cloister. And this guy, Narcissus stays in the cloister. Goldmund, which I guess translates to gold mouth. This guy right here leaves the cloister. And basically, like, the whole book is about him just traveling from town to town and, like, all his different exploits with women and all the different adventures he goes on. And, like, he just sleeps with a lot of women. It just happens to be that way, you know? And I can't even remember where I'm going with this or why this is. Oh, yeah. So, like, that's kind of a theme, you know, I think in a lot of different societies about the cloistered life versus the worldly life. You know what I mean? Which includes women and material possessions and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, at the end of the book, sorry to spoil it, he ends up staying at this knight's house, like this powerful, no, it was a nobleman's house. He did stay at a knight's house once, and the knight had like 2 daughters, and then one of the daughters like snuck into his bed. I think it might have been both. They were twins, actually. Anyways, the knight woke up and caught him, and he got kicked out of the house. Later on, though, in the story, he ends up, there's this nobleman in this particular town or whatever that has a super baddie wife. And he's just like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is just immediately like, this woman right here, you know, and she's kind of feeling him too. So he sneaks into the nobleman's house, and then like he's about to get it going on, but that guy comes in and he's hiding in the closet, and she doesn't do a good job of hiding him, basically. Like, he gets caught and he's about to get executed. And Narcissist, who's now like, you know, got power, you know, through the spiritual line of things, is there meeting with some church people, and I don't know what happens, but somehow he saves that guy's life, basically. That's all I remember about the ending. It was a really interesting book. Let me just end this poll real quick, and then we'll get back to Goggins. Sorry, guys. This is what the stream's going to be. I mean, we're just chilling over here. You know I got to do standalone videos. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, and hopefully we'll get to the Sadia Khan thing. I didn't really care to do the Saudia Khan thing because I figured we got so many videos on that, but, you know, this is probably going to be a 5-hour run today. Anyways, 77% say no, she is not justified in preaching, even though her claims of helping others get out of a similar situation. 22% say yes. Okay, that's interesting. We got some diversity in the poll there. Let me just see what some of your guys' comments on that are. Thanks for that. Dan the Man says, to the poll question, to be honest, I'm not sure. I have heard arguments for both sides, so it is kind of hard to decide. Yeah, I'll be honest. I was like, man, I don't know. I guess that kind of makes sense. But then again, if we need people who have committed the sin to be the best preachers, she brought up Paul as an example, how Paul used to be a murderer of Christians. And but then what are the regular preachers for? You know what I mean? The people who have been living good lives. I don't know. I guess every now and then it's nice to see an example, somebody to provide an example of turning themselves around. But I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know. What about the people? What about the cloistered monk who stayed a monk his whole life or dedicated their lives to being a priest or something? I don't know. Like, are they less qualified to discuss these things than the ex-adult film actress? These are questions, you know. Mr. Pitt says, Brittany Ruiz is doing a service by telling women to avoid that industry. The red pill needs to choose a lane. It can't shame women for doing sex work and also shame women telling others to stay away. Okay, yeah, so that's the other side of the argument there. That's an interesting thing. I don't know. You know, I guess the question is like trust. Like, what if they go back into their old ways? You know, should they be making money off of it if they are making money off of it? I don't know. But I like your side of that there, Mr. Pitt. I think that's an important thing. Michael Saint says, good point. The role models that men think are good role models is not the role models of women today. Don DeMarco says, it does not justify it. It's like Bill Clinton going on podcast to talk about his fidelity in marriage. Except for that one time. You can change, but you don't go around giving talks. Okay, so Don represents the other part there. I Ain't That Good says, how strong and independent would they be without men maintaining the infrastructure? Okay, shout out to I Ain't That Good. I don't know if it's my first time seeing you, but thanks for seeing you in here. Thanks for being in here. Happy Bachelor agrees with Mr. Pitt. I don't think any of us would want a daughter or niece to go into court. It ruins lives. We would roll our eyes at Bill Clinton, but women get the okay somehow. As marriage rate decreases, sex work and prostitution will increase. I think that's true. I think giving a testimony and preaching are two different things. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Nah, man, I didn't cover Sadia Khan yet. I mean, we're probably, honestly, we're probably like at least like 45 minutes to an hour off from that. I'll have to get up to go take a leak in between that. Yo, shout out Coffee Enjoyer. Good to see you, man. I had a coffee last weekend on my date. I was like, okay, I'm going on a date. I'm going to have a cup of coffee. We all know how damaging it is to get into the industry, but the problem is they use Jesus as a scapegoat. That's from Karen Takar. Feminism has been extremely successful in destigmatizing shameful behavior in women. Trevor, that is the number one argument against polygamy. Young men marry later in life, but the legalizing of prostitution in polygamous societies is to give young men an outlet and not to violence. That's interesting there. Yeah, it's a kind of regulator on that. You could say it's kind of like a regulator. Polygamous societies have to allow prostitution, and if the church wants to become rich, they would have to temple prostitutes, and it would be a way to get tithing for the church. Man, that's like a real interesting way to put it together. And in very, very ancient times, there were like temple prostitutes, in different goddesses and stuff like Ishtar or Inanna, and they probably had their temple prostitutes and all these kinds of things. Like, I know there's a history there. There's an interesting history there. Countries with legal prostitution have lower rates of men hurting women, depression, and loneliness, I believe. That would be an interesting stat to look at. Right, Giovanni, that is why you see it in the Bible. Yeah, I think Australia has legalized prostitution. We had legalized prostitution in the Marine Corps. No way. It was in the Philippines that we have a base there. Oh, okay. The Marine Corps required prostitutes to have physical exams for having sex with the troops. No way. It was actually legal. I agree with that as well. Just from your POV, men marry later in life only because they have no other choice, or is there other reasons for it? Don says she can give her testimony, but for free, not getting paid. No getting paid. Give your testimony and bug her off. Yo, shout out Mad Villainy. Giovanni says tuition were legal prostitution. Sorry. Legal in all 50 states and territories. If it was, would this disrupt the family court racket? That's a good question. I mean, like, if people are getting married so that they can have access to sex, and then if prostitution was legal, maybe you can argue that people are marrying less, at least for people who are motivated to be married for that reason. I mean, hell, honestly, you might even have some marriages stay together longer because, before guy comes home, he stops somewhere for like 45 minutes, gets the oil changed or something, and then goes back home. I Ain't That Good says, if you need prostitution in order to not harm women, I think you already have a problem. I hear what you're saying there, man. But, I guess what I'm going to, the way I'm looking at it is, if that stat is really true, then it's just like the stats are the stats. Here we are. All right, back to David Goggins.
I've never missed a child support payment, okay? Why is that important? They went out there calling me deadbeat dad, trying to make it look like not only did I not see her, I wasn't paying child support. So I had to take all these pictures because they were going out here doing, I never used them. People came to me wanting to know what's going on. We're seeing this, we're seeing that. I'm not going to talk about my daughter. I stood on that. Anyway, I was in a court case. They took me to court. They did, because my daughter and my ex-wife kind of morphed into one. When someone at a young age, my daughter did not like me. And it only comes from one person, the mother. That said, I'm gonna explain to you, you have to look it up yourself.
I mean, he's outright pretty much saying that the mom, you know, turned the daughter against dad, or at least, you know, filled the daughter's mind with a bunch of just horrible stuff about dad.
I'll show you some proof. So in 2016, they took me to court, and they wanted to modify child support. That
I mean, yeah, the money's coming in.
year, I made about $12,000. Got out of the military, did 21 years in the military.
Oh, this is prior to him in his career.
Being in the military, you're gonna pay your fucking child support.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of military cases. You know, they're just gonna send the order or the wage assignment over, and your check's gonna get garnished, no matter what.
They tried to make it look like I wasn't. I did. Every fucking dime was just spent. Okay, let's move forward now. Lee, my ex-wife, thought that I was making millions and millions of dollars in 2016 because I was on podcasts. They thought being on podcasts, you made money. They saw me on TV, they thought I was broke as shit. And you can look it up. Lee Pritchard, David Goggins court case. Look it the fuck up. It's out there, I don't give a shit. They deleted all those comments on TikTok. They didn't want that to be out there. Long story short, my daughter is 24 years old now. Child support in Indiana ends at 19.
Okay, yep. I mean, so some states are different. You know, New York's 21. California's 18 unless the child's still in high school. If the child's still in high school, you'll pay child support up till that kid's 19 or up until they graduated. So, you know, some states have variation there.
My book came out December of 2018. So if I wanted to keep money from my daughter, I would have waited 8 more months.
Push it back.
Push it back. That's not me, bro, but they don't want to tell that story. Anyway, long story short, please look it up, people. I went from $12,000 to $100 and some odd thousand to $500 and some odd $1,000 I made. They never wanted more money. They thought I was hiding money in offshore accounts and all kind of shit. Never Finished, or Can't Hurt Me comes out December 2018. I make a good bit of money. My daughter lives in Brazil, Indiana. The average income for a family of 4 is $30,000. Look it up. I never missed a child support payment. On top of that, I also paid the extra. The extras, dance class, this, that, the other thing. No one knows that. Long story short.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he could be a deadbeat dad if he's paying for all these extracurricular activities on top of the child support.
Never Finished, Can't Hurt Me came out December 18. Child support ended for her. She was 19, ended August 2020. So that's about 18 months. 18 months.
It's right in the COVID time.
I made $500,000 in 2018. So the judge went straight off the calculator.
Straight off the calculator. So what I'm guessing is that they put 500,000 for annual income right in there and just hit calculate.
It was the most child support given in the history of child support. They don't want to tell you that.
And I think what he means is it's the highest child support paid in Indiana. So where is... I'm looking up Indiana.
So for 18 months, because from 2018 to August of 2020, when Jay turned 19, that's when it stopped. All right, is that making sense?
Yeah.
And I'm saying the book, because that's where the majority of the money came from. In 18 months, she got $743,000.
So in 18 months, so they modified that child support order super quickly. And then with 18 months left to pay, he paid 700. I think he said 760,000.
18 the book, because that's where the majority of the money came from. In 18 months, 18 months, she got $743,000
Child support.
in child support.
I feel your pain.
They didn't want to talk about that. And I didn't want to talk about you missing the story. But guess what? Johnny, where you at? You over there? Catch this microphone for a second. Get up. Get
Man, that's a lot of money. And then to get for like 1 year, I mean, they better still have some of that money left. I mean, I guess probably went to the college or whatever. I'm sure somebody bought a house.
Because they want to know. So this is my best friend, Johnny. Now, when I gave him $743,000 and I paid for it, I didn't have to give him $914,000 because I had to pay for their lawyer's bills.
Right.
So, what the fuck did I tell you 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, he says, hey, you know what I'm thinking about going to do?
Hey, put that motherfucker to your mouth.
He said, hey, you know what I want to do? I want to give Jade, my daughter, a cool $250,000 more so she has a cool $1 million.
Okay? No. Keep on.
I'll go a step further. I'll go a step further. What's even more crazy to me is...
Put it in your mouth.
Hey, what's even more crazy is
And then he gave him a bunch of other money.
he was like, when the book came out, he basically said, because they were part of my life and they were in the book, his 2 ex-wives, who has kids and remarried, he said, I want to retire them too. I was like, God damn, that's crazy. That's even more crazy.
Okay. Now, Mom, if you're willing, you're not going to believe a fucking word I say. Do you mind just telling him?
That's crazy that like he would, I don't know, so he gets all the money and then he's just like, all right, I'm going to retire. But if I heard it right, I'm going to retire the ex-wife.
Kids and remarried, he said, I want to retire. What's even more crazy is he was like, when the book came out, he basically said, because they were part of my life and they were in the book, his 2 ex-wives, who has kids and remarried.
Did you say 2 ex-wives?
He said, I want to retire them too. I was like, God damn, that's crazy. That's even more crazy.
Okay. Now, Mom, if you're willing, you're not going to believe a fucking word I say. Do you mind just telling him 2 minutes so we can get this fucking thing over with? 'Cause I'll never do this shit again. But yeah, you come up here and somebody help my mom get up here.
Now we got Grandma coming up. So that's David Goggins' mom.
All right, look, I've never done this before. I'll never do this shit again. So, you guys, think about this. I don't know any of you motherfuckers. This is my fucking worst nightmare in my fucking life. But guess what? I ain't running from it. Damn word I say, because why? It's like Lee's word against my word type shit. But they talk about me being a deadbeat dad and an absent dad. I took pictures of every fucking text message me and my daughter had during this court case because the text messages were horrible. I took every email, I did all this shit because they were literally, it was defamation of character. Y'all can go out there and look at it, man.
Yeah, it just sucks, because he's the one with all the notoriety. He's got something to lose, and he's got a reputation and people know who he is. So it's just like, I'm sure they're threatening him, to make him look like a bad guy. Geo Watcher says, shout out, Geo. Good to see you, man. Like Coach said, you never know who you will be in 10, 15, 20 years. That's true. That is true. I listened to David Goggins' audiobook 3 times. Wow, 3 times. Must have been good. He had an abusive father and what he considered as a supportive mother who he looked up to. Reason why he marries, gets divorced, and re-engages. Gets re-engaged. Interesting. So are you saying that, like, because of that is why you think he's so, like, believes in marriage or whatever? I really can't stand the child support system, and I don't even have children. Oh, man, tell me about it. If you want to win the game, don't play it, says Giovanni. Traditional prostitution is like the corner store. You get what's nearby. OnlyFans is like Amazon, top talent. Reaches the whole world and earns the most. He saw a good woman in his life and is willing to deal with women's BS until he finds the right one if he ever manages to. I think I see what you're saying. He's retiring everybody. Bit much. Yeah, I don't know about that. If anything, he should just do the Count of Monte Cristo. Here's that small amount I got from my promotion, at the Pharaon or whatever that ship was called. But retiring people. I've always wondered why there is a bad blood between Jews and the Orthodox Church, says Karen. Interesting. Karen Takar. Geo Watcher says, yeah, my heart breaks for guys I know personally. One guy I work with has to make at least $100K to keep up with the payments and live the life he wants to live. 50-50 custody, $2,500 a month on CS. That's just the child support. Dude, you know what's crazy, man? Oh, man. I mean, like, every now and then I get people who call me. Like, just people in my life who call me, and it's just like a child support question or a divorce question, man. And one of my good buddies called me a couple days ago, man, and he's going through it right now, with the whole thing. And I just feel bad for him, man. I really gotta, I had like a work meeting, so I couldn't even stay on the phone with him, but I did talk to him for a bit, but man, I didn't want to say it, but it was just like another guy calling me that I know, who's a good guy, who I watch work hard and I know is a good guy, just really getting, taken through the ringer. But yeah, I know what you're saying, GeoWatcher. Mr. Pitt, fornication was not a sin in the Bible. It was not adultery for a married man to have sex with an unmarried woman. Therefore, many men had concubines in the Bible. Prostitution was rampant. Yeah, I did read about a little bit of that, like in the early days of Christianity too. I think even like priests had concubines. I ain't that good. The women in the crowd sure like that. Look at all the excited women in the front. Yep. Think they have a chance. I wish I can. Oh my gosh. This is a bad look for David. Engaging directly only makes the allegations seem more credible. Comes off as incredibly defensive. It's already been settled in court. Forget that dowry fund. I'm investing in the VOO fund. What's the VOO fund? I missed that. Karen, the Bible calls. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, moving in.
Go out there, look at the fucking court case. Go out there and also look at the fact that this woman, my ex-wife, filed for divorce from her husband after she got all this fucking money. Yeah. Anyway, don't get me fucking started. Right,
yo, I remember Coach pointed that out. I would have probably missed it.
The fact that this woman, my ex-wife, filed for divorce from her husband after she got all this fucking money.
Okay, so yeah, after they got all the child support, the $700,000, his ex-wife then left her following husband after that. Because, she got a bunch of money now.
Anyway, don't get me fucking started. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want tit for tat. I want facts. Mom, you got anything?
Dan the Man says, I don't know about you guys, but David is giving the I can out alpha the state vibe. He's one of those, like beat any tribulation or trial, he'll rise up to it. But I mean, he's basically admitting that he can't out alpha the state. He paid the $700 and something thousand in child support. They got it from him. There is no escape. There's no escape. You know what I mean? So, yeah. VO is the Vanguard S&P 500 ETF fund. That sounds like, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that sounds like a much better fund. I mean, I don't know. Unless we can get a really good dowry fund going, I think VO sounds Sounds nice. I've never been in this situation, but I know the exact feeling of wanting to clear your name. You can hear the pain. Yeah, absolutely. And this is after months, honestly, probably years, because I think he said his daughter was doing something on Facebook a few years before this. This is years of like hearing this chirping in the background. David's management should have told him to shut the F up. The crowd isn't there to listen to his family drama. But the crowd is the one who asked him, and they're like cheering him on. Come on, Jason. Are you serious? Got you. Thanks, Trevor. I believe I read somewhere that kings and priests were held to a higher standard. Maybe you're right. Women are incentivized. So, you know what's interesting? Caesar Quintana told me about that, about the kings and queens being held to a high. That's where the genuflection comes in, which is getting on your knee for kings and I think priests, at least for Catholics. And because Caesar Quintana mentioned this whole thing to me, and when it comes to proposing to your wife, they do the same genuflection, which is like you're basically saying she's above you. Women are incentivized to divorce their husbands until that changes. Men are going to have to avoid until women get reined in. Oikophobic misanthrope. Ah, heck, I forgot you were streaming. Hey, shout out to you. Thanks for being here. That 700K put a hurting on him. I mean, that's a lot of money. All right, we got Grandma here. Let's see what Grandma has to say.
I'm just fucking pissed the fuck off right now. I'm shaking and shit.
Is this okay?
See that? Even a guy like that, man, this is making him just like shaking and all that kind. That's how deep it is, you know?
Hey, I'm not going to take up a lot of your time because I'm also pissed off. I don't even want to be up here. And that's the honest God truth. But I have to tell you.
The crowd is going to ask ridiculous questions, and here David comes off a bit mopey and whiny. For someone pushing a stay hard work mantra, this feels surprisingly weak. I don't think it's a ridiculous question. I mean, his daughter put out that TikTok video like literally a few days before that, and it went viral, and everybody was calling him a deadbeat dad. So, like, you know, it's inevitable that they're going to ask him that. And if anything, I think it was better for him to actually say this and clear his name instead of not saying anything, because for a while he hasn't said anything. So I don't think that's whiny and mopey. I think we're actually lucky to hear him telling his side of the story. It's yet another. This actually goes against the kind of high value, just beat everything and just alpha the state or whatever. I think so in a way. Like, it goes against that whole just suck it up narrative, which actually hurts men. You know, so he's telling it like it is. Like, we're lucky to see this, man. I don't think it's weak, bro. I think it takes a lot of strength for him to tell the truth there. A humiliation ritual. I haven't seen a ton of David's stuff, but from what I've seen, he seems like he wears his stuff on his sleeve for sure. So I'm not surprised he went full bore here. I mean, like, you know, I remember seeing his first podcast on Joe Rogan. Back then I watched Joe Rogan. And honestly, it's like, you know, he's a self-improvement guru. He's got the book, the Navy's, people like that. I don't think he's like one of these manosphere grifter types. I think he's just a fitness guru guy. Because you got to remember, like, there's a whole space out there that's just fitness coach people. And people like that, you know what I mean? That's what he does. You know, I don't really follow his stuff, but every now and then you hear David Goggins did something pretty interesting, you know? Weird how talking about family court always makes men look like whiners and complainers. I wonder if that is solely due to societal pressures. I think so. I mean, I think it's important for men to talk about this. If they don't, how are you going to know there's a problem? The crowd is going to ask ridiculous questions, and here David comes off a bit mopey. I think I read that one. Honestly, if you need your mom to come on stage to defend you, you've already lost. I don't know, man. Jason, honestly, I think that comes from a pretty toxic mindset on your part. A little disappointed in what you're saying there. I mean, they're just on here telling the truth. You know what I mean? I don't think, do you think he's lying about this stuff? Do you think he is a deadbeat dad? Like, I'm curious. Do you think that he's a deadbeat and that he's just kind of saying this as a giant deflection? Peter Wright, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. No comment there from Peter Wright supporting the channel. Appreciate that a lot, Peter. It's a blessing to have you here. Michael Sayan says, hi, Peter. Jason says the court settled it. Why explain it to the crowd? They don't feed your family. Trust yourself. I mean, so then do you think that all courts are fair all the time and that everything the family court does is right? So the court settled it. Therefore justice was served and you should just never talk about it, even though the other people are talking about it. You do see that you're coming off a bit obtuse here and frankly, a bit ridiculous. Like, that's it, huh? Just never talk about it. And anybody who talk, like, why would you talk? You should just trust yourself. I've got a feeling Jason is not a men's rights guy. Okay. Happy Bachelor says, yeah, I think it is. It is. I also think it makes it easier on the gals to just always pile on like a guy is whining. Cry Reese was whiny and mopey. That is rather better. Yeah. Cry Reese definitely was. Yeah, exactly. He was Tyrese. Definitely came off more a bit like that. I don't think David Goggins is. I really don't. Wait, didn't you or Aussie? All it takes for evil to triumph is for good men to say nothing. Exactly. Yeah, like you're just coming off as whiny and mopey, man. Come on, Jason. I don't think you really mean that. Shout out to Peter Wright. Absolutely. Shout out to Peter Wright. Klaus says, Jason, man, he got publicly smeared. My take is it is his right to clarify. And the family court is anything but fair. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the family court hasn't even been in it for years. Because his daughter's an adult. But they're still so upset, that they're coming out and saying these things. And people are picking and prodding at him. The whole internet's talking about that. So he decided to say something and get it off his chest, man. Men do not have a huge problem with family court ruling against them. I think they feel betrayed by the court and the insane way they justify it. It's so insulting and infuriating. Do you say men do not or men do have a huge problem? We are in the business of law sums up the whole argument about democracy and due process. I didn't think he was a deadbeat dad until he came on stage to explain it and got his mom to back him up. If the court settled it, so you didn't think he's a deadbeat dad, but the 1 second that he decides to stand up for himself, you suddenly think he's a deadbeat dad? That's kind of mind-boggling, man. So he wasn't a deadbeat dad, but because he went up there and he decided it just wasn't very masculine of him. He shouldn't have went up there. Now he's definitely a deadbeat dad. Explaining to strangers is like showing your report card to random people. You don't have to. Well, but if the rest of the community says you're an idiot who gets Fs and the whole town is believing it, and if you show them your report card and it's straight A's, they're all going to be eating dirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you get sick of it, then you would show everybody your report card and they would all have to feel stupid for lying about it and believing the rumors of you being a failure at school. So it's up to him. Like, when he gets sick of people speaking ill on his name, he's come out to defend himself. This is Shah. Thanks for pushing back on Jason. Are you being for real, lad? Everything you say just sounds like rage bait. Yeah, I could tell. He obviously accepted the court's ruling, even if he hadn't. He still wouldn't need to explain to strangers. I mean, I don't know, man. I think this is a strange perspective to argue from. Cryreese is a dork, but how the courts did him is still wrong. That clip of the judge yelling at him quite literally proves that. Yeah, I agree. The thing about Tyrese is he really just exemplified somebody who was just so ignorant to the system and just really believed that the justice he had in his mind and about how morality plays into these things was going to do something for him. Klaus says, Jason accepted the family court's ruling. Man, now I hope you'll get in the meat grinder yourself to learn what you can do against the family court. Yeah, like there's a serious injustice with the family courts here. And culturally speaking, this is a rare moment of seeing somebody actually come clean and shed off the shackles of a masculinity that says you should never ever speak about these kinds of things, which only makes the problem worse. He's all he's doing here is warning men, frankly, and telling and just at least letting us see what the reality is. The problem is the proof doesn't speak for itself when it's drowned out by internet chatter. Invalid as it is, the court's decision is a faint whisper compared to the noise. The crazy thing is society has society so brainwashed that if an innocent man gets divorced by his wife, everyone, including his family and the police, look at him as a wife beater, child molester. Yeah, or, you know, deadbeat dad or whatever, right? So that's unfortunate. There comes a time when you have to defend. Yeah, that's what happened to him. And I mean, this has been going on for years and he didn't say anything. Dude, even Ben Hart didn't say anything until like Elon Musk and everybody had to weigh in. And the crazy thing about Ben Hart is he still removed the videos, even though he can leave those videos online, proving that he wasn't a deadbeat. He still decided to remove them. But it's like, there was definitely a point where he had to share that. I don't really understand why people are so eager to share their private issues publicly, man or woman. I mean, at the end of the day, it's unfortunately, you know, existing in the community, having a reputation and reputation slander and smearing, unfortunately, is going to affect your life. And in his case, you can tell he didn't want to, but then there came a point where he had to say something. I'm glad he did that, man. And look, he's shaking. He's getting the anger out, bro. It's better than going to sleep feeling like crap for another day. I used to have the mindset of not speaking, but I realized I lacked assertiveness at the time. Yeah, I could see that. When society is brainwashed, it is always the church or the government behind it. Cryreese is another man who fell for a grifter chick in a male space. Jason says, if you care what everyone thinks and need your mom to defend you, that's not exactly stay hard. Stay hard means preserving no matter what people think. Well, I guess you could stay hard till you sink to the bottom of the ocean and drown. GeoWatcher says, yeah, the masculinity of not speaking is propagated as righteous or morally better. I think it's just another way to get men to accept their position on the plantation, you know. I love the truth for myself, does nothing really. Everyone should be able to explain how they feel, and that's not weak, but there's a time and place. Explaining your family court battles to strangers is like airing your therapy session to a crowded subway. So sad. And what is the time and place for this particular scenario of when he should be airing that? Peter Wright, what is your Discord? Jason, he is not talking bad about his daughter. He is defending his reputation and the fake news about him. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I agree. Don DeMarco says, wait, so when is the time and place? I'd rather assume 100% custody than give a spiteful dime. Jason says, shedding the shackles to whom? Random strangers? Family courts aren't always fair. I get it. I've seen friends go through it, but explaining it to strangers is like airing out your therapy session. Jason, we live in a community. Like, we live in a society. So, yes, you are surrounded by people that are strangers to you, but you're also surrounded by people that are your community members, people that are your fellow citizens. And you guys all have a stake in your community and society. And in this case, they were going after his reputation pretty hard, which is going to affect his ability to do business and live and to interact with those members of the community. So at a certain point, he had to say something. The shackles are the ones put on society. You're like purposely obtuse. And I can tell just by, you know, this conversation that we're supposed to believe you had with your alleged girlfriend that allegedly, you know, was gave you some play that night. But I can tell where you're coming from, Jason. So tread lightly. All right, tread lightly. Not using Discord at the moment. Donald, time and place is always when the person asking is not around. If you are found innocent of a crime by the court, but the whole of society think you committed the crime, what are you going to do? It's a bad look. Personally, I lost a bit of respect for David. Not that I don't respect his struggles, but there's a time and place. Just taking devil's advocate stance. Playing devil's advocate means that you don't, I mean, I could be wrong, but it means like you don't actually believe what you're saying. You're just playing devil's advocate to play devil's advocate, unless you actually support and believe in the devil. So it's a little bit more than just playing devil's advocate. I think you actually believe that is what you're saying. Absolutely, Shah. There's a time and place, which we will never hear specifics about. Exactly. The only reason you wouldn't want him saying this is if you want the culture to stay as the culture is now.
Somebody told me about the video. I don't have TikTok, didn't have TikTok. Didn't even know how to get TikTok, but I kept hearing about this video. So I asked somebody to help me get an account. I suppose that's what it is. And I had to respond because David's been called a lot of things, a lot of unkind things. Some of them are true. I even agree with some of them. But I could not and did not agree with the bullshit about deadbeat dad and absent dad. I couldn't let it go.
See, these people here have been affected by an accusation that has really affected their, like, quality of life. You know what I'm saying? And mom probably does not want to come out here and say this, but it was something that was so heinous. There's no other thing to do but to come and clear their name. Michael Sand says, the cool thing with Jason is he thinks like the rest of the liberal feminists, it is extremely hard for you to talk about this with reason and logic. Makes sense. Never see you on the Discord. I'd love to chat with Aussie related stuff. Potentially meet up IRL sometimes. Shout out.
So I'm going to try to hold this together, and I just have to tell you, I did respond.
Jason says, sure, we live in a community, but society doesn't really care about men's struggles. If it did, we wouldn't be in this spot. Well, I mean, I don't know, Jason. Maybe society would care more about men's struggles if even men themselves were okay with other men discussing their struggles. Like, how can you sit here and say that society doesn't care if men themselves, you know, aren't going to be supportive of other men? Another coach-ism, one woman will make you pay for all the women in your life. Yep, that's what he says. It just takes one. Continuing to show vulnerability publicly is like leaving your front door wide open in a sketchy neighborhood. It only weakens your position. Well, he's already getting stabbed in the back here. I ain't that good. It's simple. Stop getting married until the laws are changed. To something more sane, allowing women to walk away whenever they want has essentially destroyed what marriage is supposed to be. Jason says, tread lightly. Oh my God, I'm so scared. Well, Jason is now gone forever. Jason, thank you for your participation on this channel for as long as it lasted. But let me tell you, I really don't care about putting up with someone's crap in order to have one more viewer on this stream. Like, ultimately, it's not a big deal to me. You know what I mean? So your presence here behind an anonymous profile, because you're not even man enough to show your face, really means nothing. And your participation here means nothing. And your arguments, which we spent a lot of time listening to and trying to be charitable to, really add nothing to this entire conversation and are not even based off any sound foundation. So Jason is out of here as soon as he became, you know, too snarky. Anyways, this is more pushing back than vulnerability. Yeah, we tried. You know, we don't even know if Jason really is a Jason. It could be that marriage causes divorce guy just on another profile or something. Glad Jason is out. Now we can get to rolling again with no interruptions. Exactly. Thank you, Happy Bachelor. If men online didn't share their struggles, men would be in the dark because we don't share unless we are very close friends. The internet taught more than older men in my life. Yeah, exactly. Like we'd have no idea. Jason, I appreciate the pushback, but you must be open to reason and logic. He's gone now, man. I'm surprised at Jason's attitude. Yeah, it is very disappointing. You know, I would say that's the tough part about being a streamer because, you know, people come in and you know them or you get used to seeing them. But one thing I learned early on, because I used to stream gaming on Twitch, you know what I mean? And I still do sometimes. And there are times where it's like there's 2 viewers or there's 3 viewers or something like that. And it's like, man, like I barely got any viewers. But when people are here and they're being disrespectful and they're being like intentionally contrarian for no reason, there's no such thing as you ever having a successful channel with people like that anyway. So you might as well just ban them. You know what I mean? And you know, I like to be as charitable, like overly charitable to them for a while. So like we watched this guy for a while, pretty much, you know, hang himself here. But you know, here we are. Yeah, I just witnessed the first troll on this channel. Honestly, Giovanni, it is not the first troll, bro. We have had many trolls. Must look into definition of devil's advocate. Yeah, I've never looked at the formal definition, but anytime I hear it used, it's somebody who argues for the other side just for the sake of doing it. You know what I mean? So here it is right here. Here. Devil's advocate, a person who expresses a contentious opinion in order to provoke debate or test the strength of the opposing arguments. Historically, the popular title of the person appointed by the Roman Catholic Church to challenge a proposed beatification or canonization or the verification of a miracle. So I don't think it means you entirely, it means that you don't actually believe in that thing. You're like steel manning the other side as best as you can in order to see the strength of the other argument. But he's saying he's being devil's advocate, but at the same time, he's saying he really believes in that kind of stuff. So it's like, which is it, dude? 2 hour and 30 minute live stream, and we are only 10 minutes in a video. Must be a record. Sorry, Shah, for the chat. All good, man. Honestly, dude, when it comes to Saturday night streams, I just like hanging out with you guys. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's why I front-loaded this stream with those dowry articles, because that's the important thing, you know what I'm saying? But this we're having fun with. The Sadia Khan thing, to be honest, I don't really care about, because like, who cares? But we are gonna go through that because it's a nutty story. Sock puppeting is not welcome on this channel. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Sock puppeting. Think he was confused on what I meant. Mr. Pitt, Jason has 99.9% of all the women and people in family court's attitudes to men's rights. Exactly. You know, that's what it looks like, Sassy. I love playing devil's advocate, but I'm always up front when I'm playing that part. Yeah, so anyways, back to Mr. Goggins here. Or actually, we got Grandma.
I responded, and I put my little TikTok stuff out there.
I'm still bitter I can't find that
interview. And I had to tell the truth about conversations that I had as a grandmother with my granddaughter about her dad. How she never called him Dad. She always referred to him as David.
Dude, that is the craziest part right there. Like that, the utter disrespect. And, you know, probably the mom put her up to that. We don't know, but it's just like, you know, oh, you're just a sperm donor. You know, you're not my dad. I'm going to call you David. That's like the most disgusting thing. And like, honestly, if there's ever a reason to disown your child and write them out of your will, which this guy clearly has, I really hope him and this Jennifer Kish lady get married and have like 5 kids and stay together as a happy family. And he just passes all of his wealth onto just those kids. You know what I'm saying? And then this daughter of his that just keeps calling him David instead of dad can just understand what it means to call your dad by their first name and don't not calling them dad. You know, as a child should respectfully call their father. I am glad we get to talk to people like him because it helps us try and learn to have patience and talk wisdom to change the minds of those people who truly care. We all were Jasons at one time. I think we did our best. Sadia Khan, how do people like this keep becoming popular? That's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah, Devil's Advocate is just taking the opposite position, generally for the purposes of argumentation. Exactly. The mix of education and nutty stories is the reason why Saturdays are for the boys. Yeah, I agree, man. If you're playing Devil's Advocate, how are you going to get offended defending ideas that aren't truly your own? There you go. If I would have understood women's behavior when I was younger, I would have made wiser decisions regarding them. I didn't have the luxury of women telling on themselves on the internet, however. That was many of us, man. And especially for the guy, especially people that are David Goggins' age. You know, he's probably Gen X.
As a young girl, he was David to her.
As a young girl. Yeah, so you know the mom was putting her up to it.
I called him dad more than she did. Whenever I'd ask her to come visit me, she would say, only if David is not going to be there.
Man, could you imagine talking to your grandma like that? Man, that's unbelievable. Now, you know, it's just, oh my God.
That hurt me. That hurt David. I would beg her to try to have a relationship with her dad, and she said no. Now, you all know, and it's no secret, that David's dad was a piece of shit. He's dead now. But he beat us. He beat David to the point where I couldn't send him to school on certain days. But I made him, after I left, I made him go see his dad. Because that's what mothers are supposed to do.
Shout out to her for that. Shout out to her for that. They need to understand that in custody court. And you know, I don't know, like, I think maybe the only way some women can truly understand this is if they have a son or something that they love and then they see it happen to the son. And then it's just like, oh, now I see how bad this is. I don't even, you know. David must really love his daughter. I think they do. I mean, listen, she wouldn't even call him dad or this and that, but, you know, I think most parents, you know, it's hard to deny that. Maybe the kids know that on some level, but, you know, at a certain point, it's just, I don't know, man. It's just such a crap. That's where the family courts really get you, because they obviously, you know, parents love their kids, you know. Children learn disrespect by the parent that initiates the divorce without biblical reasons. Well, yeah, and she probably saw, and you know, that's why it's just so bad for one parent to like bad talk the other parent, like even if you're divorced, you know what I mean? Because your kid's relationship with that parent is their relationship, and it's different from your relationship with that parent. But when somebody is just so disrespectful and they don't care and they're just talking bad about the other parent in front of the kids, that's, you know, that's a terrible thing, especially if they're like not even adult kids. If the kids are adults and then you're having a man-to-man conversation, you know, that's a different thing. But as kids, that's just really bad.
As much as I wanted to hurt his dad, and I really did, because he hurt us, I couldn't use my kids to do that.
God bless you.
I mean, shout out to her for admitting that.
I could not weaponize my children to hurt their dad.
An amazing mom. You're an amazing mom.
And it wasn't until one incident when I was begging Jay.
How did this chick get by the mom's radar, though, unless David was thinking like a lot of us with our appendage rather than our brain? So apparently this is a woman that he had a kid with like years, like even before he joined the military. So this is like way before the David Goggins that we know today. It was like the overweight David. I mean, I think he has pictures of him just like overweight and he lost all the weight. And it was like a young David Goggin, man. And he just, you know, he didn't make a good long-term decision.
to come spend the night with me and her dad. I was begging Jade to come spend the night with me and her dad. And she refused multiple times in front of him. Then he finally said, Mom, quit. Mom, stop. And I did. I had no idea how much I was hurting David by trying to convince his daughter to be in his life. Now, I know that I'm the mother, and anything I say, she's his mom, she's gonna say whatever she wants him to say. But I gotta tell you, because of this TikTok video, and so much was out there about David that's not true, I didn't want people to think that what I was saying was not true. So I wanted to get proof. So I do have, and would you help me do this? I hate this. I swear to God, I hate this. Is your phone
Oh man, you know it's serious when they bust out the reading glasses. When an old person busts out the reading glasses, man, we're about to hear something.
He asked the fucking question, boy.
All right, so I thought maybe if we had words, Jade's words, David's words, so you don't have to believe me. And here's the exchange between the absentee dad, David.
You don't have to read it.
No, I'm going to read it. No, I'm going to read it. Sorry you feel the way you do about me. You don't even thank me for the things I've done. I sent you $1,000 for your 16th birthday and don't even get a thank you. I have
$1,000 for the 16th birthday and didn't get a thank you.
never gotten a thank you for anything I've done for you. Not to mention you have never wished me happy birthday, Father's Day, or anything else. I'm not going to do this back and forth with you. One day you will see I am a good man. If you don't, I understand. I never liked my father either because he beat me. Now,
That's his message to his daughter.
I just want to read the response from Jade. I will never, ever see that you are a good man, because there will never be a day you ever see me again. You will never see me again, ever. And then you know how she ended it?
Wow.
Have a great life, David. Have a great life, David.
Man, what a just sad situation. That's terrible.
So I just wanted you to know the truth.
Man, I wonder if that daughter, one day, something's going to happen, or she's going to have kids, or she's going to get done real dirty out there in the world. God forbid, but it's likely to happen. And when there's no one else out there that cares about her, or her mom spent all the money and there's not much her mom can do, then she's going to maybe understand the full picture of how ridiculous this whole thing was and how badly she messed up.
Yeah,
Now, I'd like to think that could just be a fantasy cope, and that'll never happen. And she'll just find some simp that pays for everything, and then she'll chew through that guy, and then she'll just go on to have a very, successful OnlyFans, and then just make millions of dollars and never, ever, have to need anything from anybody because she just ends up doing so well out here. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that'll happen.
Tough man. But this hurt the shit out of him and me.
All right, so here you go.
And just look at the chaos, like the chaos that is in that daughter's soul. You know, like she is the result of this romantic pairing. You know, he said earlier that the ex-wife thought that he was his soulmate. Or he was her soulmate. And then when the kid was 1, all of a sudden, you know, they got divorced or whatever. And then suddenly this whole soulmate thing went out the window. So this child has like within her soul this kind of just conflict within it, I guess you can say. And it just, you know, this is how it's reverberating out here.
So when you go to TikTok and you see the video, you see a picture of me and my daughter. And then what you see is my absent father. So what I didn't tell you all, the reason why I've been absent from her life for the last several years is because of what you just heard.
This is the Real Housewives of New
When
York.
I went up, I couldn't stand my mom for making me see my dad. So when my daughter just kept saying, I don't want to see anymore, I don't want to see anymore, I don't want to see anymore, roger that. That's how that went.
I think that's pretty much it. I don't know if this got many views or I heard some comments. I'm a lawyer and I see this all the time. Divorced parents manipulate their child, turning them against the other parent. It's sad. Yeah, that's unfortunately true. He's not even a deadbeat dad in my life. He's not even a deadbeat dad in my life, and I'm not even his son. What the heck? Wait, he also holds the record for most percent of child support. This man is truly amazing. I'm about to buy his book just to show love, man. This was a tearjerker. Yeah. He is not a deadbeat dad. Takes a lot of courage to clear this up. You can tell he did not want to do this, but had to. Yes. See, I mean, that's what that one guy who's been, you know, excommunicated here just wouldn't understand. Thank you for posting the entire video. We'll give you the credit you deserve. Respect. You don't know me, daughter. I don't know who needs to hear this, but get to know your dad, baby girl. He's the only one you get in this life. I mean, that's honestly good advice. Mom's been doing this for years. Weaponize the kids. I see it over and over. They turn into something. She saw him as nothing and thought he would never be nothing, but he turned into something big and it hurts like hell. Yeah. Based on his character and childhood pain, I know this guy wanted to have a nice relationship with his daughter. Why would he not? That's the sad part, too, because he didn't have a good relationship with his dad. And it looks like he really did try to have a good relationship with his daughter. And it like in some weird twist of fate, it just unfortunately turned like that. And like, to be honest, you know, kind of having this, I mean, to play armchair psychoanalyst here, if I may, if you may humor me for a few moments. It's like that bad relationship he had with his dad maybe set him up in a kind of bad position to end up kind of being with this woman that ended up being this horrible, you know, ex-wife of his. And there was probably something missing there that he thought was filled by that woman. And I don't know. You know how they say like people trauma bond or whatever? Like that could have been a thing that kind of, you know, maybe him kind of ended up, could have led him into making some of these decisions is all I'm trying to say. Guys, I'm just going to go take a leak real quick. I think I have my old Twitch Be Right Back screen. I don't even know if this still works. Okay, just give me a second. Whew, that was really nice. I definitely needed that. All right, we'll just catch up with the chat real quick, and then we'll move over to the Sadia Khan situation. Okay. Man. Feeling good now. Michael saying says, I've noticed that innocent spouses that were forcefully divorced and had their kids taken from them unrighteously will usually speak well about their spouse and show kindness and general respect. That's how you can tell the innocent or righteous person in a divorce. Watch their behavior after the divorce. That's a really good point, Michael. I actually really like that. And I think you're right, too. I really do. That's an interesting way to look at it. iTrevor says, sister only talks to my dad because he still voluntarily financially supports her while living overseas. I tell him, yet he responds saying, I'd rather she uses me than she gets used by another man. Oh, man, that's an unfortunate situation. So sounds like, I mean, at the end of the day, it just sounds like your dad's still looking out for her and, you know, whatever her issue is with him. Shout out to your dad, man, for doing everything he can. Honestly. Yeah, man. That's a tough one, man. I ain't that good. Women who have friends who divorce are like 90% more likely to divorce likewise. She is living overseas. Oh, yeah. Divorce is just another quasi-welfare program for women. Yeah, it's a wealth transference mechanism. Daughter is intentionally trying to hurt her dad. David. Yep. Imagine the hatred that woman has for him to turn his daughter like that against him. Absolutely. This makes me think he should have given her the bare minimum for her sake. The sad part is, man, is if he did give her the bare minimum, she'd probably have more respect for him. As crazy as it sounds. It's like, when you're just like, okay, F it. You know what I mean? Like, and I hate to say this, but it's like when the hands get washed, then they start thinking straight. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's real now. Yes, you are now facing the world on your own. GeoWatch says she will find a simp, bro. There's too many out here. The simp economy not going to last forever. Children who are brainwashed will swear they are not brainwashed, but they will only repeat what other people say or talk in generalities. When asked why the child hates their parents, only repeat what other people say or talk in generalities when asked why the child hates their parents. Psychologists say. Interesting. A dad's daughter is kryptonite to a man. Logic and reason goes out the window. Yeah, I think we can all sit here as tough guys and say we wouldn't do it or whatever, but I don't know, man. You have a kid and you see this baby and all that stuff, man. It's just unfortunate. Crazy mom, crazy daughter. OF wouldn't exist without the Sims paying for online avenue strollers. I hope if I have a daughter, I have antidote. Have a mother that will discipline the daughter. They hate the father more than they love the kids. CGA is out here batting 1,000. Exactly. It does not stop when it comes to... Yeah, Coach Greg Adams has already ran circles around this whole thing. CGA is a genius. It's because he lived through it, man. He's experienced the whole thing. Yeah, CGA don't miss. Perfect quote. Shah, you look like KO's Canadian rapper in that BRB screen. You know what's funny, bro? The guy who actually drew that for me is my buddy from Canada. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Dude, so I have like 9 hours of footage from my trip to Canada, okay? And my buddy who lives in Canada, he like is really good at editing stuff. So he's actually editing the vlog. And he called me the other night and he showed me what he had done, man. And it's looking pretty good, man. I'm excited to post it on the channel. So I keep telling him, I'm like, dude, that's a lot of footage. Like, I don't even think you should go through the trouble, man. But he's like, he's really making it happen just so like, we can watch it. Like when 5 years go by and we can watch the trip to Canada, you know what I mean? For like him and my sake, basically. But we will be getting the Canada vlog. It's just taking a little bit longer because there's so much footage. Like, it's crazy. So yeah, my buddy who I actually visited in Canada recently is the one who drew that picture of me, because he does like that kind of stuff, and made that Be Right Back screen way back when we were playing video games on Twitch. So it's kind of funny. So the guy, maybe, who knows, maybe he knows him. Should be play. You're right about that. I should change the song to a dowry song. That'd be perfect. Honestly, I probably should get a new graphic made up for that. Facts. Like, honestly, one of the ones that Mr. Pitt made or something with that chest, I can just put a Be Right Back on it and then use that for the screen. And then we can get, Deadbeat Woman playing on there, or Bring Back the Dowry. Or should have listened to Shah. For those of you that don't know, I was interviewed by Paul Elam. He was not able to put it on YouTube for fear of violating terms. Yeah, man. That's the thing with YouTube. I don't know, Michael. We could figure it out one of these days. It's just YouTube, man, is the unfortunate part. I did watch your interview with him on the Substack. So if people want to see the Paul Elam, Michael Sane interview, it is on Paul's Substack. Should have listened to Shot. Yeah, dude, I forgot I even had this Be Right Back screen, but I'll adjust the music. I would like for Shah and myself to get together a chat or some large forum. Hope sometime. I think there's a way we can find a way to make it happen. I am horrible at being interviewed, talk in circles, but I have been interviewed a ton the past 10 years. Yeah, use the Metal Gear inspired image for your intermissions. Ooh, that's a good idea. I'll do that, Mr. Pitt. Okay, guys, where's this Sadia Khan thing? All right, here it is. We're just going to watch it, and basically, I think we all probably heard about this like 3 times last week. So that's why it's kind of a secondary story for tonight's stream. But, we're all familiar with her, and she was making the rounds. She was on Soft White Underbelly. I don't even actually know what other shows she was on, to be honest. I only remember the Soft White Belly interview, and I only remember, like, the beginning of that because I couldn't even make it through the interview. But, I've seen, like, her shorts around. I don't even know what other channel she was on. I think she was on Pearl's show, actually. Yeah, she was on Pearl's show when Pearl was doing the pregame show. Okay, so that's where I'd seen her. And I don't really know what else she did, to be honest. But yeah, she was around the space. And, and she was one of those real, like, prim, put together kind of people where it just seems like everything's too squeaky clean. You know what I'm saying? And I told you guys about my old coworker whose dad says he doesn't trust people that are like, don't have like at least one vice. And boy, did this one really happen to show itself as being a complete liar. I mean, we're talking about faking having a medical degree, which is already crazy. Like, I just don't get how people can like lie on that level and then sleep at night. You know what I mean? Like, I would value being able to sleep peacefully at night and like live a humble life than lie this much to people for money and then like literally think that you're not going to get caught someday. Like, I just don't get it. And let me tell you, man, like, I had a buddy. We're not buddies anymore. But this guy lied to his wife about being a CFO at a company, and he was just like a regular salesman dude. And I had no idea about this. And when I found this out, it was so crazy. The craziest part about this is she found out he was lying before they had a baby. And somehow they stayed together and had a baby. And then they got divorced. And now she lives on like the East Coast. And this guy must be somewhere. I think I saw him at a Safeway once. Anyways, I always wondered how this guy can like lie so brazenly to his wife and sleep in the same bed with this woman. But it's kind of the same thing here. You know what I mean? It's just like you're lying to the entire world about like who you are and what your credentials are. It's just like the most insane thing. You know what I mean? But, she found a way to do that. She definitely found a way to do that. Giovanni says, I recently saw a street interview where men and women were polled about their exes. Men generally spoke well about their past lovers, but women not so much. Who would have thought? Giovanni, love to see that. Great point. All that makeup is a tell. She is still fine, though. 100% smash. Hulk smash. Oh, my gosh. See, that's part of the spell, though, guys. See, that's the spell right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the spell. And there's probably a before and after of her, of like, you know, there's probably a before and after of like the plastic surgery. Because anybody who lives in Dubai, like, probably got the plastic surgery. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if we can find that. Oh, I don't even know if this is the same person. Nope, that's not even... Okay, well... yeah, I actually don't know. I don't think I can find a before and after. Listen, man, I visited Turkey, and when you're walking around Turkey, let me tell you something. You see a lot of women with a little bandage over their nose, and you see a lot of guys with with like a bloody looking head. Okay, and the reason for that is because a lot of people go to Istanbul, and the women go there and get nose jobs, amongst like a ton of other things, and then the guys go there for the hair transplant surgery. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm walking around, I'm seeing these people with like a bandage. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, it was a plastic surgery trip. You know what I'm saying? Trevor, thank you again. Man, you've donated so much tonight, dude. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, man. Hey, Shah, gotta go now. This stream has been awesome. I wish I could attend these every week. However, if you post standalones, I'd watch every single one. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate you spending as much time as you did, and I do got to get standalone. The David Goggins thing was supposed to be a standalone, but then the whole Bret Hart, I couldn't find the video, so I'm like, it's just going to have to be a stream. But you're right. Dude, I went to the archery range, and I recorded myself shooting my bow, and then I was going to post it, and I didn't. But I might do that tomorrow in terms of just recording again and seeing if I feel like posting it. But I do want to do more standalones, man. So you're right about that. And again, thank you, man, for the super chat. I appreciate you coming here and hanging out. And Trevor is one of the guys who's been here for a very long time. So it's always great to see you in here when you do got time to come in, man. So thank you again. GG's. Honing straight razors, hanging with Shah and the fellas. Heck yeah, man. We're having a good time tonight. Anyways, yeah, so a lot of scamming going on. So let's see what's up with the scamming.
On my brothers.
Okay, here's the scamming.
So these screenshots are not everywhere from my understanding.
Okay, so it's got my teen's number on there. And I just don't know how.
What's interesting to me is that she was willing to do an interview with Abba and preach. Like, I don't know what she thought was going to happen. Maybe she thought she was going to come out here and clear her name. You know, it's crazy when people lie so much that they lie to themselves and they believe their own lies. You know what I mean? Like, you must live in one pampered world to be able to, like, have enough at your disposal to anesthetize yourself from your own conscience to be able to sit here and believe your own BS. Like, forget about lying to the world, but lying to yourself is crazy. Trevor is the man. Absolutely. Shout out to Trevor. Wait, Sadia Khan resides in Dubai. Now it all makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard in this. And, you know, she got, like, recently married or something. So, you know, Don DeMarco says she projects a sexualized image, heavy makeup, tight-fitting outfits, but spoke things that didn't match her image. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you know, there was definitely that going there. That's what I didn't trust. The 304 advising the not 304 dissing men who like sleeping around like she does. Base FCZ says, I don't know why she thought Abba wasn't going to snake her here, though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what makes me think she really believes her own lies. Like, I don't know. Or she just really thought she was going to, like, tap dance her way out of this. But I don't know. Everyone knows Abba is a snake too. I'll tell you this, you know, when the lockdowns first happened, I discovered Abba and Preach. And their stuff was like slapstick funny. Like, I'm telling you, like, I'm sitting there like doing this laughing. But their early videos were actually a lot more red-pilled, in my opinion. They used to come down hard. I'm telling you. I remember the early ABBA and Preet stuff. Like, they would come down, like, pretty freaking hard on that stuff. When they started getting big, because they started going viral, I always felt that they made a strategic decision to become more middle of the road. And around then, to be honest, is kind of when I stopped watching them because it just became less funny to me. I used to watch every one of their episodes back then, and it was like pretty dang funny. I think it might even have been a little bit before the log. I can't even remember, somewhere around then. But I noticed that there was a change. And then I guess I get it because they had so many people watching them. And like, as far as it goes, their channel is very successful, and they're kind of funny here and there. But I just always noticed there was this massive shift, and I just couldn't help but notice that. And I did try watching their stuff after that for a while. And, because I was one of those people that would go in there and hit the like button on every one of their videos, because I thought I just genuinely laughed and I appreciated their videos. But then when it became very middle of the road, it just wasn't humor that was appealing to me anymore. But I get it. I don't know, man. The YouTube money became real for I don't know. I guess I can't even justify that, but the YouTube became real for them. It was life-changing money, and then it became different after that. It became different. Chameleon behavior. Oh, I remember their early stuff too. That's why Myron brought ABBA and Fresh and Fit. Yeah. Honestly, you're right. That's probably what it was, because he was on Fresh and Fit, and that's where the famous beef happened. And I'm sure, maybe Myron saw his early stuff and was like, oh yeah, okay, this guy, and brought him on. I don't know. That could also be, what led to a large change in his perspective too, I guess, to be fair to them. They did a whole 2-hour stream with Kevin Samuels. Oh, they did. See, I didn't even remember that. Money. There you go. I heard that audio clip of her on the phone with the fiance. I wonder if it was AI generated or not. It seemed a little over top. Well, so his whole video is about proving that it wasn't AI in a way, because they get her to admit things in this interview where suddenly the AI excuse wasn't going to work. At least that's how I understand it. So let's find out.
To make it go away. Is there a way that we can avoid talking about the screenshots altogether? Because that's the one that you get when you...
I interviewed Sadia Khan.
Oh, snap.
That's right. If you guys don't know who she is, she's a self-proclaimed licensed psychologist who offers people counseling and...
See, it said Dubai right there, by the way. So she lives in Dubai.
...relationship advice and therapy. She was recently outed, turning out to be a side chick to some rich dude.
Listen, I went to Dubai one time, and it was only because I was transiting to go to another country. But I had like a long layover, so I went to stay in a hotel. Okay? And let me tell you, like, I literally dealt with Dubai for like 8 hours or so. And I had like, Dubai did not like me for some reason, man. Like, I came off this 16-hour flight from San Francisco or whatever it was. I'm exhausted. And then I get to the freaking immigration there or whatever so I can go into the country. And there's this like young, like pimply faced kid working the thing. I mean, he must have been younger than me. I was 27 at the time. And like you had to look into this machine, and I'm trying to like look into the machine, and it's not working. And he's just like getting frustrated with me. He's just like, open your eyes. Like he could barely speak English, Like it seemed like this kid had like a nepotism job or something. He just was not happy. I don't know what the heck it was. So, then of course I slapped down my U.S. passport just to let him know, you know what I'm saying? And then like a whole American flag unfurled behind me, and then a bald eagle flew, and a bunch of like Abrams tanks started going, and then he just realized who I was, you know what I'm saying? And he just couldn't handle it. And then after finally, just taking that guy's crap basically and getting through immigration, like I'm walking finally to get the hell out of there, and then like a soldier stops me because I think this kid just couldn't handle it and had to like radio something to somebody. And just, I guess, I don't know, based off the way I was walking, I don't even know what the hell that guy said. But he had to make sure I was okay. You know, I was cool. I wasn't a danger to the folks or something. I don't know what the hell was going on. And then I walked finally I made it out of the airport. And then I felt the dry desert air hit my face. You know what I'm saying? And then like I took a shuttle over to this hotel. And then I went to the hotel and I walked past some store in there and two Filipino women looked at me and smiled because they were trying to sell me something, and I just kept walking. And then after dropping my stuff off in the room, I went to a buffet in the hotel, and the buffet was actually pretty good. Like I was surprised, like finally some real food. Like it was really good. I was like, damn, this random hotel in Dubai. Like they had it all. They had lamb, beef. It was amazing. They had like beautifully just cut up fruit. I don't even know how they must have imported that. I don't know what happened. Anyways, yeah, that was Dubai for me. So ever since then, oh my God. And then on my way out of Dubai, I wish I would have bought this because it was so ridiculous. But the DXB is the airport. It's huge. And I was walking through the airport and I found a book from their king, and it was quotes from the king of Dubai. And I'm like, okay, let's see what their king has to say. And I swear to God, it was like the stupidest quotes I've ever seen in my life. Like this rich guy who's just rich his whole life off of Dubai oil money, doing God knows what else in his book of wisdom here. I wish I would have bought the book and had it on my bookshelf so I can look at it and laugh when I need a laugh and a good pick-me-up. But I didn't buy the book at the time. I was just looking forward to getting out of Dubai as fast as I got there.
Dude in Dubai, which she vehemently denies. I had the chance to interview her, turning out to be a side counseling and relationship advice and therapy. She was recently outed, turning out to be a side chick to some rich dude in Dubai, which she vehemently denies.
Okay, so she was outed as a side chick to a rich guy in Dubai.
I had the chance to interview her, and what you need to know is that she's a pathological liar. I already knew this lady was a fraud from my deep research. Here are the fast facts. Fact number 1, is she a psychologist? Absolutely not. She's not licensed anywhere, has not been. Fact number 2, she lies about her education. I went to her LinkedIn, she's got things noted, she's mentioned them to me personally.
I will say, Rolo did a story on this, I think probably it must have been half a year or even a full year ago. I remember Rolo covered this. And so he found that out pretty early. And it's actually kind of interesting that the story that didn't catch on as popular as this did. You know what I mean? Because you'd think that was pretty bad. So like, but that, even finding out, at least from when he presented it, that she was lying about her degree or whatever, was not enough to undo her in the space, like all the way. It really took her being a side chick. It really wasn't even about lying about being a psychologist. People were still like, whatever. I mean, to be honest, it was when this happened.
But after I did
it was using a filter on her waist and being a side chick that finally did her in the space. Not lying about being a psychologist.
I went to her LinkedIn, she's got things noted, she's mentioned them to me personally. But after I did some digging, I found out that this girl has a bunch of Photoshop degrees.
That's so crazy. It's like some Chinese dude's degree.
But after I did some digging,
Yinbo Yu over here, and then she like took that.
And I found out that this girl.
Look at this. Her name was added on. The text is lower resolution than her name. Damn. See, this isn't even a good scam thing here. It's crazy how far she got with it, but this is like call up somebody in a third world country and ask them to do it for you, and they just do a really like not good job or something.
Has a bunch of Photoshop degrees that she just carries around and posts places online. Fact number 3, she claims that a lot of this stuff was doctored in regards to her being a side chick. The screenshots of the text messages.
There's a screenshot's completely fake.
What are you going to do about it? I'll stop
Okay, so it's all fake, according to her.
if you have an attitude.
What I can tell you is that I happen to have access to some screenshots that are not public. And when I showed her, she looked a little distraught.
So these screenshots are not everywhere from my understanding. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. I have no idea.
Someone let me know when it's safe to go to the palm again.
What's going on there? And who is that from?
This is the guy that like broke the story on her using a waste filter.
And when I showed her, she looked a little distraught. She looked a little scared. And I said, you have nothing to be scared about. I appreciate your sucking skills. And these text messages are great.
You did not say that.
I sure did. Now, fact number 4, despite claiming to be a psychologist, she does go and harass people and flames them in the most disgusting way. The way I set up this interview is first, I just get her to lay out her facts. I didn't accuse her of nothing. I didn't say anything. I'm like, a lot of people say some of these degrees are fake. Tell me. I know some of her facts are not true, but I wanted her to be able to say it so that if I confront them afterwards, they'd be like, well, this is what you just said 5 minutes ago. Can you explain this?
Abba must have been watching all the true crime, like documentary interrogations on YouTube before he did this interview. Because that happens a lot. Like, if you guys ever see those things on YouTube, a lot of times the cops will just, like, they will already have a fact. Like, they will know, like, your cell phone pinged at this location. Like, we have you at this location. But what they'll do is, like, let them really tell this whole story about this fake alibi. And then, like, when they're deep in and that this stuff conflicts with everything that there's, like, no walking back from, then they're like, well, what about this? You know what I'm saying? It just screws everything up. He assumed you married a dowerless woman, Shah. I bet she wouldn't have been a side chick if she had a large dowry to protect. She didn't even have to falsify anything. These days, she could have just started talking her crap. She would have got... Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, I think you're right. Like, she could have just went on there and just been a guru and not said she was a psychologist. And I think you're right, Mad Villainy. She could have went on there. She could have came in the space and not even said she had any academic accolades at all. Said all, pretty much the same stuff, and people probably would have, I don't know. I mean, that sounds kind of sad, but
Thank you for taking the time.
It probably helped to say she was a medical professional. That's probably what got her the in on a lot of like some of the bigger interviews. Some, maybe, I don't know.
To speak, I can't actually say anything because unfortunately, in Dubai, they're so strict with everything. If you say anything,
yeah. Meanwhile, you got people in Dubai talking all kinds of crap. You know what I'm saying? And like nothing. Oh, they're just so strict. I can't say anything.
Just I'm going to send you the PowerPoint so you can understand.
PowerPoint?
And because it's like not properly. But so just...
All right, we got a PowerPoint she started like 30 seconds ago.
Allegation by allegation, just so you...
So the voice message is what is like? Is it fake? It's not you. It's AI generated. I don't know.
So now we move on to the cheater infidelity allegations. The one where she's a side piece. Who else has a side chick on this level? Gives them...
Girls can't choose any man. Can't chose any man? No, in Dubai, period. Damn, okay. Who else has a side chick on this levels? Okay, so is this the other person? We're having some English. And gives them no stress. Oh, okay.
No stress. Told you I'm such a side chick.
No way. No way.
What are you going to do about it? I'll suck it if you have an attitude, and I can do it today if I want to.
Go on.
And I can do it on your wedding day and your birthday.
Okay, well,
and
we'll
the days
see.
After.
Okay.
I've been in situations where he's been with you in a social setting. He'll call me after.
And then I ask her specifically about the voice message where she talks about sucking dick very aggressively.
Gosh, I mean, like, I guess reacting to this is kind of weird because, like, I didn't really know what to say. A lot of it's just, like, just a lot of people rolling in the mud, and it's just, like, I don't even know. Yeah, lying everything is the weird part to me. She could have had one of her sugar daddies pay for education. The internet literally bows to attractive women. She didn't need a bunch of non-existent degrees. You're probably right, Mr. Pitt, honestly. But here's the real BS. Pearl has no degree and got as far as she did. Why did Sadia even think she needed to lie? Yeah, I mean, you're right, man. Honestly, I think you guys are all right in the chat. Like, she never needed to say she needed the degree. I don't know, like, maybe she was just looking for a shortcut in the beginning. Like, I'm a psychologist and this and that. it's so that part is just so bad. That's like the worst part about this whole
Shots
thing.
and everything. We've actually traced it from Dubai.
What, you know why you guys are right, actually? You're right, because when Rolo broke this whole story about her having fake degrees, it didn't stop her. People were still following and listening to her. It was only when it came out she was using a waist filter, which is from that Goob guy, and, you know, this side chick thing, that suddenly this became a big deal. So yeah, she probably just, the psychologist thing probably didn't matter that much.
Police, they were able to give us the names. I worked with a particular person in 2021. I was in a relationship, but he was really.
Hey, guys, how do you know if a woman's lying to you? If she's got makeup on.
Into me, he used to always call me, always be like this. Like he was in a relationship as well. He was like, oh, a bit obsessed with me or whatever, but he wasn't in one.
It's like the fastest I've ever heard of this
Relationship.
woman
He's
talk.
in like 5, 6 different girls. He's a player like in Dubai, successful, those kind of people.
Okay, so she's a player in Dubai, 6, 7. I don't even know what the hell she's talking about right now.
And one girl called me and she was just like, oh, by the way, are you talking to this person? And I was just like, what are you talking about? No, I do not talk to him. And who are you to call me and ask him? Like, talk the whole, no, I don't have a memory of this conversation. I only did.
Her mouth is moving. Also a good indication. Typically, they say that about politicians. I've heard Sadia talk before, but to hear her talking about is crazy. Well, it just doesn't fit her persona. Her persona is supposed to be this very professional psychologist, you know, quote unquote high value woman. And that's why this is like it's like schoolyard level craziness. Someone needs to wash her mouth out with soap. Definitely a dowryless woman. How did they find she was a side piece from just waist filter? Man, that's such a good freaking question, dude. I actually don't know so I read a comment. I'm going to share an Instagram post after this, but the guy who pointed out the waist filter thing, apparently she went after the guy and was talking about the guy's wife and saying mean things. So the internet came together and somehow they put all this together. I actually don't know the entire timeline of events. But it's, from what I could gather, it sounds like if she would have just took the waist filter thing on the chin or, you know, on the behind, she probably would have been able to avoid this catastrophe. For her, I guess.
When I started digging.
So she doesn't have a memory of this conversation.
But let me tell you more about it.
And mind you, this happened in 2021.
And I said, I don't touch your man. And this is my nature, right? This is honestly my nature. If I wanted to, I could suck his dick on your wedding day. If I wanted to, I could have your man. He's called me when he's in social situations saying, oh.
You know, I was thinking about a quote today. And I forgot who said it. But the quote is, everything that begins in anger ends in shame. And I mean, you know, aside from the lion, but sounds like she let herself get angry, and man, she is dealing with the shame now.
Oh, you're so boring without you, blah, blah, this, that, and the other. So I was saying if I wanted to, I could do all of this. And
but so just to be clear, in 2021, you didn't have a relationship with this person. You guys weren't.
Never had a relationship with this person.
Now, I had screenshots, but I needed to tie it to her. The screenshots I had a specific phone number on them. We didn't know who that phone number belonged to. The person who sent them in saying, "Oh, she was my fiance," she claims it belonged to Sadia, but we didn't have proof. So, watch this next part.
Also, just to confirm, I was given like 2 different numbers. I have one here. I don't know which one might be yours or maybe like the assistant. That says 9749. Is that wrong?
3719?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Do you see the way she said the last digits? Why is that important? That means she has the number in front of her. I didn't say the last numbers. She finished. How would you know that number?
How would you know?
That's a number you use often. She didn't just say one number. She said 3, 4 different last numbers.
Yeah.
That means she fucks with that number a lot. That's the fucking number that was sending all them texts claiming to be Sadia.
I don't know why that shot of preach is just funny to me.
So you wasn't a side chick? Huh? You just DMing this nigga pictures of yourself?
All right, what's up with this? Be nice, babe. Remember, Dubai feels like Ibiza, and I'm ready for you lot to go home. It's that funny or nah? Okay, it's not sending. Okay.
But the con doesn't end.
But secondly, I was in a relationship. I was not with in his side chick.
I'm gonna show y'all these nasty, raunchy screenshots that might turn you on, but also make you disgusted. The best kind of erection. I'm gonna show y'all these screenshots.
Why?
Y'all can see how your favorite dating coach really be out here in these streets.
God damn.
But yeah, we can have.
Okay, man, let me just say this before I even read these. Is like anytime anybody's like flirting text messages become public, they're always pretty cringy. I don't know, but here we go. I mean, if I even just think of my own, like if that was, you know, yes, it would probably be pretty funny. Okay, so this is from Sadia. But yeah, we can have coitus on Saturday. X. Okay. Have fun. See you soon. Gorge? You owe me D. The guy's name, George? Coming to give it.
Sex on Saturday.
Shut up.
Okay, they read him out
Coach
loud.
really be out here in these streets.
God damn.
But yeah, we can have sex on Saturday.
Shut up, man.
Have fun. See you soon, gorgeous.
Oh my
You owe me
gosh.
dick, by the way.
Coming to give it to you. Wait there.
I'm waiting. But let's aim for not going back, though.
Wow.
You never left.
No, babe. You never left.
Nah, I'm getting you pregnant.
Might as well.
Not looking after it, though.
What could go wrong?
You know, that's the flirting right there. That's the flirting. She's pleading the fifth. Her being a side chick presents a moral dilemma because it directly contradicts all of her messaging. This story needed to break in order to sink her ship. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I wish I could say I knew better what her messaging was. And the truth is I don't, because I can barely even remember the stuff I've seen. I've just in peripherals heard or seen some of her stuff, probably on other content creators' things. So, you know, that's me admitting that up front. Great quote. Clearly she got the Botox for a reason, not for popsicles though. Why go on a rant for a dude that you had no relations with? They're cringy because they aren't supposed to be for other people. Yeah, it doesn't matter who you are. I think Coach might have said this once. It just doesn't matter who you are. Anytime anybody sees this, like, it's always going to be cringy.
Accept everything.
So one of the ways she denied being in this relationship is like, she's like, oh, well, I got married in 2022. I have my marriage certificate. My husband, he was never fiancé, blah, blah, blah. And then she...
Okay, so she's married. Her, yeah, there you go. Get her knocked up. What could possibly go wrong? Her messaging included high-value women wouldn't be side chicks. Ah, I see. That makes sense.
goes on to say, we froze our embryos in her sperm in 2022, blah, blah, blah. And then
so she got married in 2022 and then did the embryo freezing.
Goes on to say, we froze our embryos in her sperm in 2022, And I'm like, well, all this happened in 2021. So what does that have to do with this? And maybe the guy's not your husband. Maybe it was the guy before him. I don't know. Or maybe you cheat on your husband. I don't know.
It's just throwing shit.
She's throwing random shit.
She's you know, she's robbing thick. Blurred line.
Ooh, that's good. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. That was good. That's good. I want to give you.
So these screenshots are not everywhere, from my understanding. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. I have no idea what's going on there. And who's that from?
This was like, I guess, a screenshot from a video. So whoever sent this, I guess she was taking screenshots of sorts or taking pictures while she was like.
So I might have this wrong, but I don't know if those screenshots are from another one of the guy's other side chicks, and she's taking pictures of that guy's phone or something. I don't even know. So sorry, guys.
Scrolling through.
Right. Okay. So it's got my teen's number on there. Because that's the number that you get when you...
She says it's her teen's number. So this number is not her. It's her team, the team that nobody knows exists. Nobody's ever seen them. It just sounds like it's her texting.
Okay. So it's got my teen's number on there. Because that's the number that you get when you...
She was fucked, bro. Oh, all my lies are useless now.
I wonder like how much of a team she really has. It sounds like somebody's getting fired, even though nobody did anything wrong except her. She's playing her part as she claims. She's a sick side chick. Sadia's message really is that high-value males win harder. Let me explain with psychology. That's why she's riding on their pogo stick. Oh, man. She's a high-value side chick. Is the man she's a side chick to leaking the text? That's what it seems like to me, or it seems like one of his side chick, you know, got his phone while he was taking a shower and shampooing his hair, and then she used her phone to get all the messages or something. Her husband is Photoshopped too. Team side chick is on the job.
Play that shit again.
I made sure too. I did this at the end because this is where the energy and the whole thing changed.
Shift.
Because she's telling people behind the scenes that she never texted this man, that these are all AI. But these pictures here prove that it's not AI.
It's not AI.
So this is like a Teams thing. So your team texts people from this number?
And I've got my group WhatsApp, and they put all my WhatsApp people that join my 3M and the people that join that. Because that number is available, like if you join the WhatsApp, anyone can have that number. That number is available.
What do you mean it's available? I don't know. What does that mean?
Well, as soon as you join the free calls or you sign up to be in a 3M program, they put you into a WhatsApp
She's
group.
just like making up a bunch of stuff.
And that WhatsApp group has that number.
So what? Anybody in that WhatsApp group can text someone else?
Anybody in that WhatsApp group can have that number.
What?
So if you text that, what?
Every person that joined the 3M program, the 8K program, every single person in that.
The 8K program, is this the same? Because they were saying she charges like $8,000 or something to speak with her.
Join a WhatsApp groups, different WhatsApp groups for which tier you're on. And because it's managed by that, they will be able to, trace. They will be able to get that number, but then it just doesn't look good on me because it's still linked to my team. And,
She said depending on what team you're on.
Yes, because in her head, we're talking about the team, she's talking about what we're going to.
No.
I disagree. I think having researched how WhatsApp groups functions,
no.
I do that. And
where's the Kanye gotcha clip when you need it? Oh, man. Yo, I have no idea why she even went on to meet Abba and preach. What was she thinking? Yeah, I don't get it either. This doesn't make no sense, to be completely honest with you. I don't know. I don't know what she thought. Like, somehow they were just convinced that, like, they were gonna... I don't know what the hell was going on, but she probably thought she was... None of it makes sense. It really doesn't. Her number is available to the highest bidder.
Long feeling shrimp. Trying to fare better. And fortuna down.
Oh, sip it down, tip it down. Sadate.
Sip it down. Missy Elliott in the building. This is her claim that everyone in the WhatsApp group gets access to this free number. And as a result, it's like, no. Okay, maybe that's true. What does WhatsApp have to do with iMessage?
You probably won't go through, or you probably will.
Oh my God, that's... Oh yeah, I didn't put that together. So it's an iMessage, and it has nothing to even do with WhatsApp. Oh my God. Oh wow. So she's just making up stuff off the cuff like it ain't nobody's business. Abba tells it later he buttered her up, saying, "Yeah, it's crazy what they're saying about." Man, maybe if she actually was a psychologist, like I don't know, maybe she could have not fell for that. Wow.
But like my phone's
oh God, I don't even know, psychologist or not. That's so funny though.
Right here, if you were to message that number now, it won't ring or anything, but it's still, who knows what will go on from there.
It sounds like she's having a freaking brain aneurysm, like in this moment.
What?
So
what?
I know, like this is her.
You are peace leave. Wait 1 second. Let me show you one where I left the doors open. Wait a minute. I seem okay, but deep down, I just want to marry for money and never go back to work. Oh, man. Well, yeah, there you go. Doesn't get any more 2025 than that.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Oh, I don't even know. That's hilarious. That's really her.
All from the same number. Now, her next claim, when she comes back 5 minutes later and she returns to this topic, is that I didn't even look like that in 2021.
So this is in 20. I'm just going to get the dates out. I'm sorry, like I'm just have to get the dates.
Damn, she talks hella like weird.
And that's May 22. So in 2020.
I can't, like, I don't know if it's just her tripping out or what.
21. These are terrible pictures, but you know, you get the idea that
So that's her in 2021.
they're kind of different.
Those filtered pictures. No, she did not.
So she's trying to claim it's not her.
She did
but I'm
not.
like, lady, we already have.
Okay,
you
yeah,
using...
this was the waist filter. I don't even know how they figured out the waist filter. I mean, I still can't tell.
Body waist filters. It looks like
I mean,
when you said those
it
pictures.
looks fake now that they say it, but you know.
Yeah.
You use filters, and you've admitted to using filters.
They're kind of different to
The images? I mean, listen, people, you know, even with that, I'm sure some people will probably still look at this and go, but maybe their filters, whatever it is.
Hold on. Okay. You didn't look like that. So your team, on your behalf, from your number, is sending pictures that are not you. Fire your team.
Apparently.
Your team is you.
Yeah.
So.
But do you have more?
No, that's
Okay, that's not 2021.
that's pretty much the last one.
It's not. I have a lot more. I'm not sharing everything. So now she's like, well, do you have more of those pictures that I've never seen?
Do you mind sharing again, like just so I can see what it is and just see what just.
She's got like that very like, oh, I'm so innocent voice. I'm just innocently asking. You know what I mean? Like.
Because do you mind sharing again? Like just.
Do you mind sharing again?
So I can see what it is and just see what just because I'm guessing Goober's gonna do as much as he can. So I just need to get ahead of it.
I've got more. See you soon.
Oh yeah, so this is her, her setting up meetups with the guy. So this is not just her sending angry.
Hold on, I want to read every single message
Oh
on
yeah,
that.
so this is her, her.
You going sleep soon? Pretty soon. Where you at? White? No, LOL, just dinner. Leaving soon, but you might be tired. I'll be asleep by the time you are done, probs. Just bring it to work. I'll bring it to. Oh my God. Oh God, yeah, I wanna. Okay, stay awake. We'll be home soon.
Setting up meetups with the guy. So this is not just her sending angry messages to piss the lady off for insulting her. This is her setting up dates. Yeah, and then this is where the Arab guy's like, I want to lick your vagina. She's like, stay awake. I'll be home soon. So she's a side chick.
I watched this video once, but I forgot everything that was in
to
here.
be so.
In 2019, I left the UK and went and became head of psychology in 2 schools in Dubai. So they don't allow you in educational institutions without an education. Now,
yeah, sure. Some guy over there at Dubai was looking at her fake degree and was just like, okay, yeah, all right. Well, looks like a psychologist to me. And then that was that. Then they hired her.
The route people go down and say she's not DHA licensed. She's not DHA. She hasn't got a
A DHA license is the Dubai Health Authority's mandatory license for healthcare professionals to work in Dubai.
DHA license. The only reason I don't have a DHA license is because when I first qualified, it expired. I didn't renew it because I was now online and I wasn't working in clinics. And in clinics, you need a DHA license.
I guess my question is, have you ever really had a DHA license in Dubai?
I started applying for it, but then my career took off.
That's not what she said. She said that it expired.
Her eligibility expired.
Oh, okay.
But that's okay because it's still not good for her because she emailed somebody in 2023.
This is my DHA license. I need an official.
All right, July 18, 2023. This is my DHA license. I need an official apology from yourself and a copy of your license. I'll wait, kind regard. Damn, not just an apology, but an official apology.
Apology from yourself and copy of your license.
So she used to claim that she had, but she just said she never got one. She started applying, but she.
Waist filter moves the caption and the shadow of her doesn't match her figure. Got it. Yeah, so some real, people who know that stuff can spot it. Wait, women use filters on the internet? Say it ain't so. Yes, sir. If you pay attention close enough, you can see her waist warp a bit. Got it. She's scared as hell they have more dirt on her. That guy probably now has herpes on his tongue. 304 equals psychology degree is the new math.
You didn't get it.
Yeah.
So she's been out here. And again, there's going to be a running theme. You're going to see how her words conflict with her history. But let's keep watching. If you're a health practitioner in the Emirates, you have to have a DHA license. If you don't, it's illegal and they can come after you. So She's definitely fraudulently claiming behind the scenes that she has a DHA license, but she
So that means that right now
I checked the registry. She's not there at all.
For the CBT,
The British Psychological Society Center of Excellence hereby certify Sadia Khan has completed the necessary training and assessment to demonstrate competence and understanding within this field. Advanced CBT diploma.
because I remember seeing that certification. That one was from where exactly? Was from the center.
Excellent.
Okay, got it. So I know you got your BCS from University of London. Is there also a master's?
Yes. Well, I have a master's. I have a master's in education. And there's a University of London qualify as a QTS, and that means that you can become a teacher. And you can feel free to check it or anything like that. Hopefully, my name should come up.
Was your master's at UCL ever on your website, or is there any of it online? That's what I guess I'm asking.
Okay, I need to pause it. You're gonna notice when I ask her a question, she's very as a con artist, she's very good. I ask her about her master's. She says, yes, I have a master's, and I also have a QTS. QTS, I have a number, you can look that up, blah, blah, blah. So she's just firing. But I know you don't need a master's to get a QTS. QTS just means you're a qualified teacher. That's it. Look, here's the thing. If you're an educated person and you have a master's degree, which is your highest form of education for her specifically,
you're going to show your master's.
You're going to start with that.
Yes.
I don't ask a nigga who's a doctor for the education and they're like, here's my high school diploma. No, you show me your PhD. I don't need to see your bachelor's. She never produced it. I
want to read every single word of that.
School diploma. No, you show me your PhD. I don't need to see your bachelor's. She never.
Hey, Sadia, I appreciate the call. If you have the UCL master's degree and the British Psychological Society certificate, that would be great. It's all I need. Can I take a contact number?
Never produced it. I asked her.
Sorry, but is there anything related to a DHA or her master's degrees in the UK? Everything else looks solid. Sadia is not working with the Dubai clinic. She is an online therapist. Her clients are international.
An email 4 or 5 times. She sent me every certificate.
I can respect those wishes. I just need you to send the UCL degree and the British Psychological Society certificate in its correct form, and I can back off all of this. I'll await your response. Sadia said it's okay if we stick to the narrative that she's not qualified and is fake. She's super nervous. Anything will lead to more backlash.
I asked for the UCL. She ignored it. So it's on her LinkedIn. She claims she has a UCL degree, a master's. Nowhere. This is important. You can't become a psychologist unless you reach a certain level of education. And master's is not necessarily enough depending on where you do your master's.
No,
I already know she's not a psychologist because she doesn't meet the threshold to be able to even apply. Okay? That's one. 2, remember she mentioned that QTS thing. You see this email where
this is my DHA license. I need an official. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Says this is my DHA license. This is the number that she had in that email about the DHA. QTS number again. Qualified teacher status. What the fuck does that have to do with DHA?
No, it doesn't.
You see how she does the same thing?
Yeah.
When asked about something specific, she uses a number from a completely different certificate.
Yeah.
That's the running thing. She's a pathological liar in that she will just crisscross all of her lies to avoid talking about what you want to talk about.
Was your master's at UCL ever on your website, or is there any of it online? That's what I guess I'm asking.
I put them up, I think for a week or 2 because I was getting so many trolls, but then it just got worse because they were just like, you're faking it, it's not real. And even though it's notarized, I even
talking way too fast to be making any sense.
Added the notarization on there, but they just won't believe it. And even though I got my work experience to show that you need these things in order to be, hired for that particular position, they won't believe it.
I wonder if he had to get rid of his image on the screen because he was laughing. You don't want to see her. You don't want her to see him laughing. Hey, Sivaya, welcome in. Shout out to you. I haven't been following this. I haven't been following the Saudia saga. I never thought she was authentic. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of us in here have really followed her, to be honest, but we have seen the saga.
But for whatever reason, I guess people pulled this up and then they were zoning in on this and they were claiming this is fake. And I'm I don't think that's the case. But I guess when you had this up, I guess it kind of saved the picture and these people kept it.
And I can get that everything for you. If you need anything notarized, I can put everything sent to you. I can also give you just the number that comes with it and you can just double check the number. But they, like I said, they're super, super dedicated. They will look for everything and anything. Can you see if there's any more? Because I think it was a story post.
Can you see if there's any more? See, right there.
but I can't remember if was there more. Is
Why
there
you
more?
always lie?
No, I think the
This is
first
like
thing they
some
did is
super
they
lying
just
right
flagged
here.
us, and they're like, "This is photoshopped," and it looks like it.
Isn't it weird how like when somebody else gets caught lying, like, you know, I don't know what it is. Like you feel like that weird like feeling like, ugh, like, oh, like you know they're gonna get caught and then they get caught and it's just like heck of weird.
It might have been, so that's why I think some people got.
Okay, no problem. I can send all the details for that as well if you need. And is this one as well that they've?
No, I think it was this one. This is the one.
And okay, no problem. I can send that as well if they need anything. This is for the advanced CBT. Okay, advanced CBT.
Yeah, I guess the question was like the.
Suvai, always happy to hear from you. I've seen her a few times and she always gave off chameleon vibes, so never paid attention. Yeah.
British Psychological Society. I guess they didn't really have an association with the Center of Excellence.
I gotta pause. I asked her if they were ever on her website. I know they were on her website. I want to see if she was on it. She took them off a long time ago. What she didn't know is that there's something called the Wayback Machine. Everything on the internet lives forever. So I went through her website archives.
Unless it's the Ben Hart video of him disinheriting his daughter.
And I saw what it looked like a couple of years ago. And I found what she had. Look at this shit, bro. This was on her website as proof that she's educated. So this is her Bachelor of Science. Here it is. This fake fucking Photoshop degree of a master's was on her website, my nigga. It has no date. When do you ever see a degree with no date of issue?
No date.
Do you see the name? That is a clearly photoshopped
Yes,
on top of this degree.
On top of this, that is. But basically what had happened was she probably took the pictures of that somewhere. And because she took it, it's kind of pixelated a bit. And then she added her name on, which is a clear name.
Okay, you see Master of Science, Psychology of Education?
Yeah, that never happened.
Not only did it never happen, but I got something good for you.
Oh my God.
You said she took it from...
Man, that's just so crazy. She probably like bought that fake degree from some diploma mill.
Somewhere. She took it from here.
Man, that's probably really what happened. Like she bought one of those fake, you know, those places that make like fake degrees. Oh my gosh.
Here, nigga. This is it right there. It's the same doctor. It's the same everything. That's it. She stole this person's degree.
She's trying to lose degree. Oh my God.
Anyone who has a degree will tell you they would never issue you that without a date.
No, not without a date. That's crazy.
Again, remember, this was on her website.
The bad Photoshop is the best. It's honestly the best. I used to bust fake degrees working in higher ed. They're 100% right. Oh my gosh.
As proof that she has that education. She sent me every degree, never sent me her master's. The reason why is she knows it looks bad if she tries to fake that shit too. Now,
it's kind of crazy like when you think about it, because you wonder like how many people are out here with fake degrees. Like there's got to be probably more than we realize, you know, as far as like going through hiring processes are.
SadiaPsychology.com.
it was on her website. Now we go to the next one. The devil's in the details. It all matters to the con. Okay, Center of Excellence is the one that she always brings up and she shows everyone the degrees or whatever.
So what
it's an online school sham. Not serious. You would never become a psychologist from going to this
wow
school for 1,000 years. It's one of those places where you go online, you say a bunch of things, and then they give you a piece of paper. That's it. And there's a lot of fake schools that exist online like that where you can just pay some money and you get a certificate, but it doesn't actually apply for any real world jobs. Ooh, so this one she thought she got rid of. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Do you see this Photoshop?
Again, it's the same thing. It's not the same fonts.
So the British Psychology Society is actually real.
Oh.
It is accredited. It's a serious thing. If you have something that goes through them, that means that you're legit.
The certificate is likely real, as in from COE, but it's not a legitimate credential for psychology practice. The BPS logo is extremely misleading.
What she did was to give herself a more legit feel. She just fucking photoshopped these two together.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that's what she did to give. You can
Man,
look it up.
that's
Center
so
of Excellence.
crazy. Imagine being this woman's husband and like you just find out like your wife is just lying about everything to the entire world. Man. People work really hard for their advanced degrees. Have you no shame? It's just it's just terrible. They've busted people working at nuclear power plants with fake degrees. That's crazy. Oh man. I made better fake documents when I was in high school. Every time I see these internet sleuthing, I'm always reminded of what a certain website found. Shaya's flag. She has the same degrees. Yada the fakening. Exactly. Oh my God. Yeah, this is on the level of Yada the fakening. That guy was, man, I almost forgot about that guy. This is really bad. That guy was terrible though. Sending stuff for like people's kids to, oh man, like some type of medicine or whatever.
And British, nothing to do with each other. Okay. Now listen to her explanation again, because I asked her about this.
Yeah, I guess the question was like the British Psychological Society. I guess they didn't really have an association with the Center of Excellence. And so they questioned how these things were like merged together.
When you are BPS accredited, what that simply means is that organization has put it through BPS and they've approved of it. I can send any details for that if that needs it.
She's saying the Center of Excellence put it, but they can't. The Center of Excellence is a place where they have stuff like herbology and like spiritual.
Yeah, that's some super Yada the Awakening stuff right there. I don't get it with these fake certificates. Here in Germany, you can pay a fee to the university and get a confirmation for the degree and even get a copy of the diploma to work. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like the last, time I was hired somewhere, I had to send transcripts from my university. So I had to go in there. Well, I didn't have to go in physically, but I had to call in, and then they gave me like a website where I have to fill out my information, and then they sent copies of the transcript that I then sent to the employer. So I don't like most places. I think probably use. It's not even just the degree; like they want your transcripts. I think for the most part. So a lot of universities, at least over here, send that out. I mean, but with her, it's just like she's basically an entrepreneur, so nobody's ever going to verify it. She's just out here claiming this stuff, You're talking about the 4chan stuff. That was pretty funny. The internet is full of grifters, and it's only getting more sophisticated. Yep. You can do the same in the US. Yeah, exactly.
The logo placement at the top is misleading. The British Psychological Society is shown. The BPS does not recognise COE courses as valid qualifications for psychology practice.
They don't. I got contact.
And the thing about the university sending the transcripts over is that it wasn't me sending the transcripts over to the potential employer that was looking to hire me. It's the university themselves or whoever they appoint to do it that sent, because you got to give the email to the employer, to the people that are sending out the transcript, and then they send you a copy of the transcript, but then they send another one directly to the employer, so it doesn't even come from you.
Contacted them. They said we have nothing to do with the Center of Excellence. We've never had.
Me, but
dude, I just got hired by the institution I graduated from, and still had to order a transcript to themselves. That's pretty funny, actually. That's pretty funny. So you work at the same university you graduated from, and they still needed you to verify that like you went there for school.
I feel like as a Muslim woman who's got brown skin, the more
see all of that, that's all. This is all just now she's given up on everything, and now it's all the victim. And me as a Muslim woman, and it's like no, you're no, man, it's too late for that.
You come up in their world, just like Jay Shetty. The moment we come up and you're not looking like them, they automatically assume that you're not real. You'll see.
Man, it's just so sad. See, like this is the sad thing, because it's just like she's lying and she's willing to do all this terrible stuff, but like she's really gonna throw like everything else under the bus in order to try to get away with the lie. Like she will throw away her own values and her own,
white content creators, white coaches, the Matthew Husseys or the other kind of coaches. And
she probably thought she was going to play on that on ABBA, with him being a black man. And then just like, well, then we could probably get on that level together. But the scamming is just, atrocious.
Well, nobody asks, checks, cares what their background is. They just assume that they're perfect. But when
it almost seems like he's trying not to smile right now. Oh, man, I'm really messing up my chair here. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's too bad.
Or of color, or particularly in my position.
Now she's just saying all the words of color, of this woman, coming up in the field.
Felt like a woman, and as long as
A
if you don't,
woman? Man, that's almost sound effect worthy right there.
you're not super old or you're not white, you simply can't be qualified.
I definitely hear what you're saying earlier in regards to maybe other content creators, maybe those of a different complexion, not receiving the same kind of scrutiny. But from my knowledge, I think you're probably...
The world is begging for people like that. I mean, for like the last decade, maybe it's different now because of the change in politics, but they're looking for people like this to hire over other people just so they can say they had her on the team. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, get out of here. And then like, literally with lying, she's taken to the top just because of who she is and what she looks like. And then to sit here now after it's all said and done and to blame it on that.
You're one of the only content creators in this space who I think is like considered a psychologist, at least at this degree and this level. And so I think...
Probably Psych Hacks is the other guy.
Because you have this added title.
But maybe she's like way bigger than Psych Hacks.
There's a little bit of extra added scrutiny because the title does carry some weight, right? Like a lot of these people are uneducated or don't have any kind of background that's officialized.
Yeah, like, is Matthew Hussey a doctor? Is he a psychologist?
And if you're saying you're a medical professional and you're giving advice, then it's just like, there's just a whole nother layer of legality to that. You know what I mean? Like it's... she can go on there and say the same stuff and just say, hey, disclaimer, I'm not a medical professional. And probably people would just gloss past that, and they want the official transcript so you can just send them a copy. You have to pay a fee. Yeah, you can't just send them yeah, exactly. You got to go through the institution. And yeah, typically there is a fee. And the clearinghouse mails it to the potential employer. Yeah, exactly. So then there's no chance of you tampering with it or doing this sort of bad Photoshop, con job. Oh, God, I was trying not to make that joke, but it's just, that's why they do it like that. Yeah, this part was lame, appealing to her ethnicity and stuff. Why do people default to victim mentality? I think it's just, I don't know. She's just trying to look for the easy out here. Of course they did, because there's probably a fee involved. After all these institutes of higher education need to pay those exorbitant salaries for administrators, out of trouble. Abba and Preacher are not the type to believe the racial rage bait. Even I was dying when she brought up the race. Yeah, it's just another like that sort of cringe feeling. It's like, oh man. Yep, clearinghouse or parchment. Yeah, parchment. I remember that word, parchment delivery.
Does he lean on that as a power of authority? No.
Oh, he's Matthew Hussey.
That's it. If you're a doctor and you're operating in the public space, it's perfectly acceptable for people to ask for your credits.
It's all good.
That's a normal thing.
Whenever you just say certain things or you're a coach, it's just your opinion and your vision of things. When you say you're a psychologist, it's medical now.
Yeah.
Things that really happened that were viewed and reviewed and reflected. It's not just your opinion. It's not just, I've noticed that this and that, or I cracked the code. It's not like it's not a roll of the dice. You're a doctor. There's an expertise attached to it.
She did this victim thing a lot. She's like, I can't let these videos come out. I have a husband. I'm having kids. Do you want to see my embryos?
Oh my gosh.
My father. That's a quote.
Just so you're clear, from 2022, we have our own embryos together.
That's a quote, nigga. That's a quote. She mentioned the fact that she had a dad and two brothers, and if they find out, because she's Pakistani, they're going to kill her.
So it's just that it's because of my father. If it wasn't for my father, and he was Pakistani, strict, all of this, if anything gets back to him or my brothers, it's
it's a big problem.
There's nowhere I can't live.
See, man, and then she's just throwing her family under the bus. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's just, man, the scamming just won't, it just doesn't matter. You know what I mean? She'll sell out anybody.
She did a lot of this, like, trying to garner sympathy. But, your boy, I don't care.
Especially if you're scamming people, man.
That's it.
So I know
if you were worried about that, then you shouldn't have been out here lying about your entire life on the internet.
Yes, from University of London. Is there also a master's?
Yes. Well, I have a master's. I have a master's in education. And it's what happens with your master in education, you qualify as a QTS, and that means that you can become a teacher.
I keep asking about her master's, and she keeps mentioning this QTS shit. And I'm like, show me your degree, bitch.
Master's degrees are just like vegan people. You don't need to ask. They'll tell you they have.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? That's the first thing that they're gonna leave.
Yo, you got your master's? Where your master's at?
Oh my gosh. Con job. Yeah, definitely. This reminds me of Katy Perry and those other old broads who went to the atmosphere and now call themselves astronauts. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, here comes the acid wash. It's funny, she wasn't afraid of her father when she decided, yeah, exactly. Like when she's out here in Dubai doing all this stuff. Listen, man, the reason, I don't even know if she actually is or if her family actually cares, but the issue is probably this husband of hers, which probably her family had some hand in negotiating that marriage. So that would be the scary thing of her father finding out about this. But we'll go on. Saudia Khan.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, let me see. Okay. Oh, well, hold up. Ask me for my master's.
Do you have your master's?
So, I have my QTS right here. The number is right there. Any other questions?
Yes, do you have your master's?
Absolutely. If you just look right here at my QTS.
Cool. What about your master's?
Okay. Say ah. Say ah. Do you want to know what she said at the end?
Okay,
about the UCL?
What did she say?
Because after we were done the call, I'm like, listen, I'm not going to make another video if you just send me the UCL and your...
I don't think there's a husband. I mean, I think she's... I don't know. Here's the thing. Where's that guy's page at? Just give me a second. Damn, where's my Instagram? Oh, here it is. So this guy... Oh, damn. Where was it at? Oh, don't tell me he took it off. There was a picture of her and her husband or something. Let me see if I can find it. That's too bad. No. Man, let me see. Ooh, I don't want to have to leave my Dontavious clip for this. Hold on, let me just check my bookmarks. I may have bookmarked that one. There was a picture of her, like with her husband next to her, but it was like, you know, his face was cut off. Let me see. Gonna have to do my deep research here. Reaction. Damn, yeah, I don't think I have that one. I saw one though. Oh, here it is. It's on his page. So this is the... I don't know. This is that Goob guy who broke the story, and I think he's saying this is the wedding photo or something. I think we got a winner for the new side piece. I'm so grateful you found this old photo of her. She bullied me for having a witch nose, which I know I don't, haha, but pot kettle much. Okay, so this is her prior to the nose job. That does kind of look like her, and here's the husband. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, all right, this guy, I don't think is an actual like Emirati Dubai guy. Just looking at this guy's eyebrow and his forehead and the side of a head, it looks like another Pakistani guy. That's what it looks like to me. They probably live in Dubai because, you know, it's only a 2.5 hour flight away. Her family probably had some measure in negotiating this marriage for her, whoever this guy happens to be. He's probably pretty well-to-do if he lives in Dubai. And the real problem with this story is that it's going to cause issues here, basically. So I think she's telling the truth when she says that she is married, basically. But, you know, I don't know. That's going to be an interesting thing right there. So earlier in there where she said, like that email said she's okay with the narrative of her being a fake psychologist going, but she doesn't want any more backlash. I think this is what she's most afraid of right here. Now, where's that other guy? So this was...
high-value man coach, but as we learned, she was a side piece in somebody else's relationship. Not very high value, was it, Saudia?
Hey, look, Coach Greg Adams left a comment. Doing damage control thinking Abba and Preach was on her side shows she doesn't have the best judgment.
But some of you voiced some credibility questions about the screenshots and the voice messages that it showed. After all, one of the clips was her literally saying, "I'll suck your man's dick on your wedding day, I don't care."
I do about it. I'll suck his dick if you have an attitude, and I can do it today if I want to.
Go on.
And I can do it on your wedding day and your birthday.
Okay. All of this made me want to verify it and maybe dig a little deeper. I did something bad, guys. I teamed up with YouTubers Abba and Preach, and we set up a call with Sadia Khan. And when I say set up a call, what I really mean to
So this is his perspective.
say is that we convinced her that Abba was on her side and that he was doing a call with her so that he could do his own puff piece to help her own PR campaign. Fortunately for Sadia, she just got 1 hour long of her confirming everything we already knew. Such as her confirming the phone number that she sent this dick appointment text from. He had the phone number already because this guy's girlfriend took these screenshots of his phone. You see it right there, ends in 3719. Here's the footage of Sadia confirming it on the phone.
Also, just to confirm, I was given like 2 different numbers. I have one here. I don't know which one might be yours or maybe like the assistant. It says 97158.
Sounds like kind of a rehash, but you know, this is the guy that broke the thing.
5493.
So basically what I think happened is like he said that she had a waist filter on and like Sadia's ego or whatever just couldn't handle it. And she like went after these people. And then these people really came with the receipts and got her back.
7. Is that wrong?
3719?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Oof, so it was you making those late night booty calls to another woman's man. Now, when she confirmed that number, she did not know that we had those screenshots of her sending those messages. Here's where she realizes that we have them. Abba puts it up on the screen on the meeting that they had.
So it's just a rehash of that. Let's see what this says. Yeah. Really nothing much interesting there, but yeah, that's where we're at.
British Psychology Association certificate. I want to see that because those 2 pieces.
That's a big one.
Sadia said it's okay if we stick with the narrative that she's not qualified and it is fake. She's super nervous that anything said will lead to more backlash. We are so sorry to do this. It's just that she has to be very, very careful.
Okay. Sadia said it's okay if we stick to the narrative that she's not qualified and is fake. She's super nervous. Anything said will lead to more backlash. We are so sorry to do this. It's just she has to be very, very careful if she says the rumors are not true. She may get new rumors. So sorry for this. She has been severely anxious because she just does not want to risk another goob video. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. And we really didn't want to waste your time. My apologies again.
If she says the rumors are not true, she may get new rumors. So sorry for this. So, certificate copy of entry of marriage. She sent me that. She sent me
send me your UCL.
Now, I have my citizenship papers. Would you like to see those?
No, I want to see the UCL.
I have a Costco card.
I want to see your master's.
I don't have a master. I've never had one. We're free. We love being free. And mind you, she told me so many times that she's going to get it for me.
And I can get that everything for you. If you need anything notarized, I can put everything sent to you. And I can get all of that sent to you.
Notarized? Like, who's asking for that?
Numbers associated with it. I can get all that sent to you as well. Feel free afterwards. If you just need to double check, please let me know. I've got no problem. Please feel free. If you just want to fact check it, no problem at all.
And people have really pointed to that as like behavior that may not be okay for a therapist per se, you necessarily going back and forth. And I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Now, to give you context, the kind of stuff that she says to people, I will let you see it for
yourself. Oh, yes, please do. I have an idea, but
No, you don't.
I did a story on her the other day because she edits her videos and I thought it was very funny. I criticized her in the video because it was very obvious that she puts waist filters on any video where her full body is shown. And in a lot of her videos, she's talking about how much
I'm so bad at it. I know you guys can see it. I don't know what it is, man.
self-confidence she has. But when I called her out, she lost her goddamn mind. It's now been about 48 hours, and she has spent the last 2 days accusing my followers of being animal addicts, being cheaters, being prostitutes, and everything in between. But today, she started a new trend. These are videos that my followers sent me. This person left a comment on her page, and she tried to call them via audio 4 or 5 times. And then when they wouldn't pick up, she left the threatening message that you'll see scroll by here, pick up, or I'm gonna post your address online. And here's another one from another one of my following. Pick up, don't be scared.
So weird. It's just so weird.
Don't be scared, pick up, calling over and over and over and over again.
Photoshop a bit better, Karen. We can see the curves in the wall. Not everyone is raised to be a sleut. Shut up, my content isn't for hoes. Get off my page. Kind regards. I asked her, is this kind of behavior becoming of a therapist.
I would just say that in general, just because as somebody's a surgeon doesn't mean that outside of their work they have to cut people's bodies open.
Well, I don't know, man. I think for like a lot of high professional degrees like that, like your conduct outside of work can get your professional licenses, you know, revoked or get you in trouble there. So it's probably the same with therapists.
My girl. I can tell you this much. If a surgeon acts like you act, insulting people and harassing people online, the job might have some questions for you.
Oh, you could lose his license.
Oh, yeah, you could definitely use your license for that.
I agree. I do agree that it's not great conduct. And I got a really bad temper on me.
Yeah, there are rules of conduct for certain people there. And I think even for like lawyers and a lot of different professions.
And which is something I definitely have learned my lesson not to bother doing. But I just see it as like, if you're not my client, why do you get my service? My service is a therapist. You're not paying for this service.
Right. But to my understanding as psychologists, there is still a code of conduct. And so even if you're off
code of conduct, that's what it
the
is.
job, there's probably certain behaviors that they would say is unbecoming of people in that profession. And then thus, like, based off of like the job that you're trying to engage in, there shouldn't be things that you would engage in. If someone is a psychologist or they hold these fields, and if they're behaving a certain way online, that would be something that would cause losing their license. You're not a bus driver, you know.
I do. Overall, I completely agree.
Hell, even a bus driver might lose their job.
There's no point in me defending it because I completely agree. It's something I've been told for years. But I have this, and this is 100% my nature. You can ask my husband who's right here. I can't, and because I've been bullied so much my whole life.
Again, always a victim. And she says she has an anger problem and what else other stuff. Like, ma'am, you're a therapist. You can't afford therapy.
All the connects, all the contacts to...
She just said my service as a therapist. She can't help lying. Yep.
Do something about that, my girl.
And I'll have you know, after this call was done, she went right back to shitting on people. No.
That's a good point. The CEO and the HR woman were outside of work too at that concert. Man, for that freaking picture is so crazy. Oh my God. Let's see. CEO, HR, caught cheating. This picture right here. Oh my gosh. Oh, all over the internet. Oh my God. Yeah, they got outed like crazy. Look at those professional corporate headshots right there. Some sweet, sweet corporate headshots. All right. That's right. She does have a husband. We saw the wedding photo.
Stop.
I wasn't doing psychology 100%. I would be a drug dealer. There is no other job role on this planet that suits my personality more because I am so fearless. I have a very poor work ethic. I am unprofessional and I don't respect the law.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Yes, we know.
Yes.
Come out the closet.
Hey, the first thing you said that was actually honest. Congratulations.
Hey,
you can do it.
That's it. Set it free. I lied about being a therapist. I lied about being a psychologist. I lied about having licenses. I lied and I was tricking. Just say it.
Law schmo, it's fine. We'll get away with it. It's not a problem. So I just got super lucky that, all praise be to God, I'm a girl and I didn't come from that kind of background or whatever it is. But in another life, 100% I would be in rehab or jail by now.
I seem okay, but deep down I just want
that freaking... Man, that's crazy.
To marry for money and never go back to work.
Scam.
Oh man, and her dad probably did help her marry for money into whatever family that is, and now there's gonna be some trouble for her, probably back home. I think a lot of this is gonna depend. Like if her husband is willing to overlook this for her, that's going to mitigate the family blowback. If not, then you know, probably be some issues.
All right, so this is the gist of it.
Oh, my girl.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking. I think a lot of the receipts speak for themselves. The girl's a liar. She's a pathological liar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, had she shown me a lot of proof that made me really question stuff, I would have never put out this video.
Where's her master's degree? She would have answered to that, and that would have been fine.
Why did you have a Photoshop master's degree that belonged to someone else on your website? Why do you have a Photoshop certificate from the British Psychological Association? We want to know. Everyone wants to know why you're lying. Why are you lying about this whole side chick stuff? Like, hey, listen, I had a dark past. It is what it is.
It'd be better if you own it, actually.
Come on. You know, she does a lot of corporate gigs. She does a lot of public speaking. So for them, her actually lying about this and being a complete fraud.
Yeah. I mean, if she does stuff like that too.
First, her
especially.
education is actually a big deal.
Honestly, anything. But it's just, I didn't realize that.
Don't cost your money.
Makes sense. Though.
But maybe you shouldn't have. You know what's the worst part too is she could have entered this space and not done any of the lying.
Yeah.
Most of the people in this space don't rely on credits. It's not important. She's actually incredibly charismatic.
Exactly.
Like when she was speaking to me, I was like, oh, I can see how she'd be charming motherfuckers. It's very difficult to lie for this long. I did my thing.
You did your thing.
Thank you.
No.
Nah, I'm Ja. Viking style.
Well, hey man, gotta hand it to them. They figured it out. You are no different than a high school boy who'd trick a girl into sleeping with him. Then you'll take pictures and videos and share it with the world. So exposing a scammer, fake health professional is the same thing as doing revenge prawn, okay? She is threatening to sue me as this video drops. Be sure to like and comment and share. Oh, man. Oh, God, that's another thing. You know what I mean? ABBA is coming out with the new show, To Catch a Pathological Liar. When the F did ABBA become an investigative journalist? If she did her research, she would have never agreed to this. It's her fault. ABBA set a crazy trap. Invite Umar next. She charges £5,999 for a phone consultation. Apparently, if you troll her, she will ring you up and curse you out for free. Man, that's just so crazy. Charging all that money for a phone consultation, and you're just, some scammer in Dubai, pretty much, to buy like another pair of Gucci shoes. Oh my God, what a crazy story. What a crazy, nutty story. I don't even know what else to say about that. We got some smooth jazz. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream today, man. I wasn't really sure what to do earlier in the day, but I think it worked out. These two stories. Those are the big stories of last week, So we'll see what happens this week. She really went to college. She should have taken an ethics course or two. Gosh. First honest thing she said. The crazy part about her doing an online school too is she probably had somebody else do it. I mean, I don't know. Could be. Oh, I thought she was divorced and that wedding photo was from her divorced husband. I guess that could be, but she was saying in the video that like she's married or whatever. I don't know. Like a first divorced husband? Maybe. I could be wrong about that, man. I don't know. Maybe she was married once and this is like her second marriage. I don't know. I am so fearless I need plastic surgery. The white knights in the comments there is always some. Well, a fool and his money are soon parted. You could say she's a dowerless woman or deadbeat. Yeah, that's some deadbeat woman stuff right there. I don't know, man. Like, I know life is tough and it's tough to make some money sometimes and everybody's got to figure out how to do that, but becoming a thief and a scammer just really isn't the way. It's best to earn your money honestly, and then you can sleep peacefully at night. I don't know, man. Like, that must be a living nightmare for her, but that's what she created for herself, I saw her a while ago in an interview and got serious female PUA vibes. Can't say I'm surprised by all of this. Yeah. It doesn't matter, man or woman. Predators are out there. And the other question to ask too is like, she's obviously out there putting herself as a psychologist. Like, her own family probably knew she was lying. I mean, I guess she could have lied to her family. You know what I mean? And maybe they really believe she was like, oh, she went to London to get her education. And then she lied to them about really getting the education. Or maybe they just knew she was lying and they went along with it too. I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? Could be a whole freaking, you just don't know, Another wonderful stream. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate everybody who hung out this whole time, man. Thanks for the generous super chats tonight. That means a lot, But really, you guys hanging out here, commenting, having fun, that makes it fun for me. We saw kind of a lot of stuff today. I know I had that third video, but we'll save it for another time. An honest man's pillow is his peace of mind. Absolutely. Yeah, there ain't nothing better than that, man. Just, I don't get it. You know, like someday when these people are on death's door, like if you can't sleep at night because of some bad stuff you did, how are you supposed to like face the end of your life without wondering what comes next? I mean, there's got to be something there. And shout out to Mr. Pitt for this song. We'll do shoulda listened. Ah, man, Deadbeat Woman's good too. Let's get some Deadbeat Woman going on. Heart to heart. Where's my Deadbeat Woman? Deadbeat Woman. I gotta get those posted for you guys. I'm sorry. Thank you to Luke Nielsen for that. Well said. She probably did pull one over her family too. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Especially if she studied overseas, so it's not like they were watching her. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't they know? Like, why didn't she invite us to her graduation ceremony? I don't know. I don't know. Advanced CBT means complete BS training. Great stream, man. Thank you, Don DeMarco. I appreciate you, man. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, oikophobic misanthrope. Shout out to you. That's a real deadbeat. We saw a few examples of some deadbeat women tonight. Man, I need to get this song in my car. I'm gonna post this on YouTube. If anybody wants to make an AI image of a deadbeat woman, like, please put that in there and I'm gonna get this posted. This song needs to be posted. I always wonder why her being a side chick took her down, but not her fake degree. I mean, I think it just really speaks to that. It was just her looks and her, you know, the stuff she was saying. She was saying stuff people want to hear, I guess, that put her up there. Like, they didn't even care if she had the degree or not. Not really. We lost Jason too. Yeah, we lost Jason. Man, what I need an AI image of, you know, like, you know when they make people walk the plank on a pirate ship? Like, sometimes we need that image for people, you know, just like me with a sword walking them on the plank. You know what I'm saying? We had one of those tonight. This one again, I love it. Won't chip in a dime, but starts every fight. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Mr. Pitt, for everything you do. Later, Misanthrope. Ending the stream with a banger song. Thank you, Dan the Man. Women aren't valued on their accomplishments usually, so it's the thought behavior that did her in. That's true. Have you heard Body Like a Crack? Dan the Man, I got to get your song posted too. I got to get Shoulda Listened to Shah. Shah's Bold Endeavor. And Deadbeat Woman. I got to get those posted for y'all. So, thanks everybody. I love all the contributions. Man, this makes me want to go to a freaking just, I don't know, a saloon or something. Oh, man. You guys want me to play one more? I'm tempted to play one more. Should have listened to... You know what? Let's play one more. How about that? Just to give the folks a time, man. Can't go wrong with this song. I got you. This is Shah. Thank you, man. Oh, I should probably look at this, huh? Oh my God, 16 new messages? Okay, we're good. Hustle's Code.
Now I'm here, just me and the breeze. She's got the house, the truck, and
even my keys. Confirmation bias is a hell of a drug. Calling a troll Jason will be the new inside joke. Yes, I love that, Giovanni. Exactly. If somebody gets called the Jason around here, we all know what that means now. Like, he's that guy's being a real Jason. Jason. Great stream. Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you, Klaus. I appreciate you, man. Have a fantastic Sunday out there. B-side, that Meretricia song. Oh, yeah, that one needs to go up, too. Good night, gents. Until next time. Thank you, Giovanni, man. See you. Have a great night. Meretricious. Play one more. Just us hanging out, man. Man, this was a good book. I haven't read a good novel in a while. All I've been doing is reading, you know, about other things. Let me see if I can find the part where he sleeps with the knight's daughters, or will they get frisky with them in bed? He brushed it aside with a sleepy, groping hand, fell asleep again, was once more awakened by the tickling. A peasant girl was standing there looking at him, tickling him with the tip of a willow switch. He stumbled to his feet. With a smile, they nodded to each other. She led him into a shed where the sleeping was more comfortable. There they lay together for a while, then she ran off and came back with a small pail of milk, still warm from the cow. He gave her a blue hair ribbon he had recently found in the street, and they kissed once more before he wandered on. Her name was Franziska. He was sorry to leave her. I can't do fiction. I like to read fiction to balance out the other stuff I'm reading. So, like, I think if you found, like, a real great work of literature and you're reading a bunch of, like, science-y stuff, it's just nice to give your brain something else. You know what I mean? For the I can't even talk anymore. For the tip jar. Thank you, I Ain't That Good, man. I appreciate that. Another brother from Canada. Oh, man. I appreciate the generosity, man. It means a lot, honestly. Let me give you a heart on that. There you go, buddy. Well, it's great having you in here, man. And we had a fun stream today, bro. I honestly didn't know what to expect with tonight's stream, but it was a good time. I love spending Saturdays like this, man. It really is just like we're hanging out in the tavern or something. That's kind of the feel I'm going for. So I got to try to get some standalones made for iTrevor. But all right, guys, time to call it. Time for me to go eat some fruit and a cup of buttermilk and then fall asleep watching some random old movie on television or something. We are reading Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein on my Discord. Ooh, that sounds fun. Let me type that in just so I don't forget it. Time Enough for Love. Robert Heinlein. I've definitely heard about him. Perfect. That's a really cool cover right there. Science fiction. Nice. Un autre Canadien, bienvenue, monsieur. Bienvenue. Shout out to Canada. I had the best donuts of my life in Canada. And the Canada vlog is coming, by the way. Ape in Essence by Huxley is an interesting read. Another good one. Ape and... Man, I got to start doing the after show with you guys. The after show is going to be the CRT TV and the video and the retro video games. That's pretty much it. If anybody wants to follow on Twitch, I'll probably be playing Metal Gear a couple times this week. I posted the image on Discord. Oh, perfect. It says Jason on it. That's what I'm talking about right there. Exactly. It's time to go. That one's a really good one. I like that one. Bro, the pirate theme is legit. Go to Montreal, great city. Next time I'm up there. Good night. Have a good one, Suvaya. Thank you. Thanks for the images, Dan the Man. Go to Montreal next time. All right, legends. I will see y'all, and we'll make it happen again here next week. Unless I have like a hot date or something, then I might have to move it to Friday, but 99% chance it's going to be Saturday. Gaming on Twitch for the after show seems fitting. Yeah, I think we can do that. Just move it over to Twitch for the after show. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Part of me was tempted to just keep it going for this, but I I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna get something going because I've actually been enjoying the Twitch streams lately. So, peace, Shah. Thank you. All right, guys. Everybody.